Nikki. Isn't this a great mug? Anyway, um, oh, I just realized I'm plugged in, which means you're probably going to hear buzzing. Hang on one second. Unplug. Kind of forgot to do that. Anyhow, welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I am Nikki. Um, didn't know if I was going to make it tonight or not. It's been kind of a wild couple of days, to say the least. Had an extensive amount of tech issues. And tech issues, I'm usually pretty good at about tech issues. This one kind of undid me. So I was a bit undone, shall we say. Anyway, this is a mug that I can think of her as my daughter-in-law. She gave me for Christmas. Hey, Angel, how you doing, sweetie? It's good to see you. Anyway, it's one of my favorite mugs, and I don't bring him out very often. This is one I treasure. Plus, it's also a great handle. It got two handles. Anyway, hang on one second, guys. Mm, really good hot tea. Really helps warm you up. Anyway, how are you folks doing? What's going on in your life? I've had a bit of a wild ride. A wild ride, to say the least. Anyway, so I had a bunch of subjects I wanted to talk about, and of course, I can't think of a single one of them. Isn't that how it is? I didn't get a chance to write any of them down. But before 9:48 p.m. tonight, so 10 minutes ago, essentially 12 minutes, I literally got told Mary Queen of Scots, and I'm like, why the hell am I being told Mary Queen of Scots? I have no idea. I haven't looked at it yet. Anyway, I want to say a very wonderful thank you to the ladies who had me on yesterday on their show. Uh, ACC, I'm not saying the rest of that, but hello, how you doing? I talk ETs, paranormal, cryptids, a bunch of different things. So the subject is a bit open tonight. Jesse Nunez, hello. Um, so anyway, welcome to those who are joining me. Just got going. It's 5 after 10 p.m. Pacific time. Anyway, so what folks that are new, well, my actual name is Jimmy. Well, hello, Jimmy. I'm glad to have you here. Thanks for coming on in. So what you don't know, for those that are new, I'm an ET abductee. I talk openly about my experiences. I'm also a psychic medium. I, I also uh, deal and talk about my experiences with SSP, which is not so fun. I was a forced participant in that. Um, so, anyhow, I've come across a lot of ETs, a lot of different kinds of ETs, and I have not done hypnosis regression. I will not do that personally because of what I have seen that is going to be coming for the United States and what Congress is going to be doing. So, this haircut, honey, I haven't had a haircut in a long time. I desperately need one. I haven't been able to get into my salon yet. Anyway, so basically, I'm a lifelong ET abductee. My first memory is at age 4 years old. Um, like it's all natural white hair, dear. I stopped dyeing my hair many years ago. because of the chemical components of the dye and because of what I've learned with a couple of friends who ended up with cancer and what they learned. So I stopped dyeing my hair, and it took me 2 years to go completely get all the dye out. Anyway, um, so being an ET abductee, uh, yeah, I love my background. Thank you. I appreciate that. Being an ET abductee, I've had a lot of experiences, to say the very least. My first memories, like I said before, is at age 4, and that was the reason why I've got this picture up. This is a tapestry back here that I've got up. $12, not a big deal on Amazon. So, um, you're gonna. Thanks for the subscription. I appreciate that. But this is an experience that I had when I was 4 years old. And hello, Gromsesh. Hello. Welcome to my channel and this weird, crazy conversation. Anyway, so when I was 4 years old, I was on board an ET ship, and that was one of the very first things that I saw out the window. Didn't understand it, didn't know what it meant. The ETs told me, hello, Nathaniel Road and Asua Cowboy. I hope I said that correct. Nerf, hello, customer support type headset. Yeah, kind of. Cheap and way to go. It works. At least that's something. Aloha from Hawaii. Hello, Corey from Hawaii. Um, so 4 years old, I was on board an ET ship, and the ETs told me that was, they knew it as the Infinity Galaxy. Um, in 2019, I had a tumbler of I had one like this, filled with iced tea, and in one hand, and my phone in the other hand, and was walking from my bedroom into the. Can you super chat? I have no idea. I don't have a clue as to how that's done. Um, so I'm not a tech savvy gal regarding that kind of stuff. So if go for it. If you can figure out a way to do it, go for it. Anyway, so they told me it's the Infinity Galaxy, and in 2019, NASA put up a picture from the James Webb Telescope, and it was this image, or one similar to it, and I practically collapsed onto the floor. Um, Plants versus brain. Hello. Anyway, hello to the new ones that have come in and gone and come back in again. Anyway, so here's this experience, and I'm in my kitchen looking at my phone, and I drop the phone, the tumbler, and I start going down. Um, because the first words out of my mouth were, "Oh my God, that I know that as the Infinity Galaxy." And here it is. It's the Butterfly Nebula. And I went, and all my memories from that episode, I mean, it just got episode. It's like a freaking episode. Each aspect of ET abduction is like a freaking episode of some show, and it's not. It's been my freaking life. Um, so basically, I freaked out, to say the least. I've had memories before, but you just chalk them up to dreams, and they're not dreams. They're real life experiences. And over the course of many years, I found out how the ETs do the abductions. The ones that have abilities are the ones that doing it, meaning they have a high frequency, a very, very high frequency, and they have the ability to actually control the human brain with their own energy. They can it's not technology based. It is their own frequency, and not many kinds of races of ET can do that. So they're real specific about who they have do the actual physical abduction. And then when you're brought on board a real ET ship, not some human slash ET crap ship that's all metal and nothing ET at all about it, except the technology to make it move. Um, Remind me of that in a little bit. I'm just going to call you Grom because I can't seem to get the rest of it in my head. So Grom is asking me, do you have any news about Three Eye Atlas? Yeah, I do, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Um, so basically, uh, I started having more memories of that, and it brought it all back up. Because when you're a kid, you start shoving it down. It's like, oh, yeah, it happened. It's a real memory. But as you get older, you just you shove it down because it's not your regular life. And with how these certain races do the abductions, it gets real interesting real fast. And so, like I said, not all races of ET have the ability to control the human brain. Um, Quite a few do. Well, I want to say quite a few do, but not really. I mean, some do, some don't. Some have psychic abilities, some have their own frequency to where they can actually they can cloak themselves, they can um, make it to where in old terminology it would be considered a glamour in witchcraft or in that sort of thing. But this is goes beyond that. Goes way, 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 way beyond that. Um, Joshua, hello. How are you? I'm doing all right. Um, Amy, it's not quite. Uh, a nebula is basically a star exploding or two stars crashing into each other. Amy will probably take that one on with you because she knows more about that than I do. A hell of a lot more about that than I do. So, she's my science person. Um, so anyway, basically, uh, so the ETs, when they come into a home or into a building to abduct a person, human or whoever, um, and they don't want to be seen, they cloak themselves. And how they cloak themselves is they put themselves into it. It's, oh crap, I had the words and now it's gone. Oh shit. Um, the hell, Nikki? Well, this is from the last 3 days. I mean, I've had a hell of a week and a half, so I mean, this shouldn't be such a surprise to me. Anyway, um, it's a form of cloaking. There's a specific phase shifting thing. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Um, it's a form of phase shifting, and what ends up taking place, they know this from birth, people. I'm not joking when I say that. They can do this from birth. They just don't know that they can do it. Um, and they are taught uh, pretty much from birth that they can do it. Now, the ETs that are on board that know how to do it, they can see them. So it's not a game of hide and seek to them. To us, it's a game of hide and seek, but it's their form of cloaking. Sorry, I've been cold all off and on all day, and I'm surprised my cheeks aren't redder than they were because they. I'm just now getting warm, and I've got it covered in a blanket. Speaking of which, thank you, Sherry. All these years, I still got it. I still have it. It was supposed to be turned into uh, a I can't think, a robe, and it never made it as a robe. It still is a blanket. Anyway, thank you, Sherry. Um, I no longer collect Coca-Cola stuff though. Anyhow, so they cloak themselves. It's called face shifting. It's literally to where we do not, us humans do not have what I was told. We don't have enough, quote unquote, cones in our eyes to be able to see that level of. Um, it's another form of reality, basically, for them. Um, so, okay, what is going on? Okay, let's see. Okay, happy birthday to Plants versus Brain for tomorrow. Um, so it just being an ET abductee gets really interesting. Um, really kind of difficult sometimes because they're very good at cloaking even their energy. And usually an ET abductee, if you've been around any of the really treacherous ETs, like I have, there are certain, should I say this? There are certain ones that work with the US military that I've been around, certain ones that are actually not too bad, but there are others who are truly fucking vicious that work with military. And those, if you're an ET abductee and you've ever, even once been around them, your gut will start screaming. Your body, your organs, everything will start shaking. Um, and it gets truly wild. Um, hello, Grubrick. Um, thank you for liking and subscribing. I appreciate that. Hello, Orangutan. How was my day? My day was good. Cold, but good. Um, so somebody had asked about Three Eye Atlas. There have been a number of us who've looked into Three Eye Atlas, and basically, what many of us have seen is that, and we're all psychics. We all came together to do a meditation and to get into that would be you. Okay, Grom, this is your answer. So the thing about Three Eye Atlas, with all the psychics looking into it, the group that I've been involved with, we've looked into it 2 or 3 times now. Like I said, it's been a hell of a week this week. So no, I've looked into it twice with them, and I've looked into it. So I've personally looked into it 3 times. That's how I should say that. Um, okay, your real name is Grandmaster Gaming. Okay, hi Grandmaster Gaming. Plants versus Brain. Okay. Anyway, so In all of that, in all of the looking into Three Eye Atlas, um, we've all found that it's some form of an ET ship, that they are passing through, that they don't have anybody on board to be vicious or cruel or fight or anything of that nature. Um, the news talks about it being a comet. Scientists have talked about it being one thing or another. Um, it's kind of blowing the minds of some scientists, all of that kind of stuff. So, what I've found is that when I actually went and looked, it's a many level, many floors to that. Um, who it's quite a large ship, to say the very least. Um, it deals with many different. Now, this part of it comes from other psychics that I know. Um, they're talking about that there are many different races, species of ET on board. I've seen a few myself, actually, higher consciousness seen them. Um, had one who called himself because he knew that I was Earth based and that I'm human or a Terran, as we are called by most ETs. Because Earth is classified by ETs as Terra, Terra. Sorry, I got something stuck in my tooth, it's driving me nuts. Hang on one second, folks. Sorry. Okay, so I had to show my Bigfoot cup again. Anyhow, thank you, Amy. So basically, what ends up um, coming up is that numerous races of ET. One called himself Jordan to me because it was easier than trying to pronounce his real name. I was like, that's fine. Um, he was talking about how they're basically passing through, which is the same information that I received from last time, but not from him. Received it from a different ET. Um, and to be quite honest, everything that I remember from SSP, which is Secret Space Force, which is also known as Mars Defense Force and known as two other things, which I never seem to remember the different names that it's called, or I haven't remembered yet. That's how I should put that. Um, Basically, if it were something, an ET ship that were truly dangerous, there are weapons on Mars that would have outright destroyed it. Because Mars is one of our last defense forces. There's no other way to say that. Um, and so basically, what I know, and there is really the moon is the last defense force, because there's a base on the moon, and I know that that to me is flat out fact. 7-7 on the numbers right now. To me, that is outright fact because I've been there. Um, many different. Speaking of which, many different levels. See if I've got it in here. I don't know if I've still got it in here or not. Oh no, I know what I. Crap! It's on my other device, which I can't access. Shit. Um, well, crap. I was going to show it to you. And apparently I can't do that. Anyhow, so there are multiple levels. It's like a core, and it's kind of like a pinwheel. If you're looking down from at the center, looking down at a pinwheel, it comes out, has different levels, and then it comes down with different levels that way. Anyway, so, but yeah, the moon is really the last line of defense. There's so many frickin' ETs on that base. It's absolutely incredible. Um, and I have heard other people, very predominant in ufology, talking about um, how they have multiple meetings, and it's very much like Star Wars and so on and so forth, where they have everybody coming together. I've never experienced that. If she has experienced that, that's a different ballgame than what I've experienced. I've experienced being sequestered in 8 on the numbers right now, um, where I've been sequestered into a room, told to keep my mind completely and utterly blank, absolutely no self talk, because there were so many races of ET in that room, and it was a locked room. You went in and you're looking at hundreds of ETs. Um, oh, okay. I'm being asked a question. Let's see if I can get my guides to give me an answer for you. Uh, Somebody saying, I am a teacher and give homework to my homeless students. How are they going to do that? And give homework? How are they going to do their homework because they're homeless? Are you freaking kidding me? Okay. This is my response to that as a parent who at one time had a son in high school who knew kids were homeless. They do their homework because they wanted to be in school. They wanted their education. Okay, we just hit a mode. I just got pissed off. Sorry. I don't usually get pissed off that easily, but that just hit a mode. Um, I have family who deal with the homeless. If you've got students who are homeless and they figure out a way to get their ass into school and staying in school, that's a big deal on their part. They will figure out a way to get their homework done. I do not need to be a psychic to know that. It means that they want to be there. It means that for whatever reason, it's that is a stability thing for them. It means they're fighting. They're fighting for themselves. And as a teacher, you should be fighting for them. They will figure out a way to get their homework done. And if they can't, find a way to work with them. Find a way to help them. Um, so that's me as a parent responding to that as coming to a teacher. So find a way to help them uh, without causing greater issues, shall we say. They're there for a reason. They're fighting. They're fighting to stay. If they're showing up every day or as often as they possibly can, that's a big, and they're not doing drugs and they're trying to stay present, that is a huge deal. Cut them some slack, but yet at the same time, teach them. There's so many things that you can be doing to help that kid. So many things. That doesn't intrude on all of, okay, we're going to get into a whole nother subject here. And it just pissed off the mother and me. Anyway, find a way to help that student, or however many students you've got in your class that are actually homeless. Because the fact that they're showing up, they're in a warmer environment than being out on the streets. That may be something that you need to take into consideration. How homeless are they? Are they out on the streets, or are they actually physically on the streets and then showing up to school? Because that I've known some situations like that. Or are they couch surfing and that kind of homeless? It's a big difference. If they're showing up, they're there for a reason. And it's usually to get as much of their education as they possibly can before even more shit comes down on them. So be kind, but help them in whatever way that you can. Do not need to be a psychic to know this. Okay, so, and I have heard teachers who are on, whether it's YouTube or TikTok or Instagram or Rumble or wherever, I have heard teachers talking about the fact that they've had students. There was one specific video I saw last year, of a high school teacher who was talking about the fact that he had a homeless kid in his classroom, and that kid, it was it was his safe time. And quite often the kid would sleep because they couldn't sleep because they were out on the streets. So there are things that you can do as a teacher to help these kids that are homeless, that are struggling. There are a lot of things that you can do. So keep that in mind. Do your own research and talk to other teachers that are experiencing the same thing. Find a way to help that kid. Find a way to help that kid learn at the same time as trying to keep them safe. They're in your classroom how often? 45 minutes at a time? There are a lot of things that you can be doing to help that kid. As long as she's 18. Do you know for sure she's 18? Yeah, because people are going to be saying you're robbing the cradle. Hey, we had a teacher in high school who dated one of the students who had turned 18. They wouldn't go near each other until she turned 18, and then after that, all everything was off the table. So, yeah, it happens. To better make damn sure she's 18. That's a whole nother subject, buddy boy. Um, there's also a maturity level too. Anyway, I'm not going back into that one. So anyway, uh, hey, I know people that are in their 40s that are dating 20-year-olds. So, everybody has a different, it's different. Um, anyway, back to the ET stuff. Uh, Not the only show 2024. Hello. Hi. I usually say, I try to say, hopefully I've said, oh my God, I just realized I haven't gotten all the messages. Just a second. Chat filter. Damn it, I did it again. I try not to do that. Um, I like your smile. Thank you. The one and only Nicole. What do they pay? What? What do they pay you? Okay, whatever. Message retracted. Honey, I don't get paid. Nicole, I don't get paid. Um, Old account user. Finally, someone normal. I've been scrolling 10 minutes with weird people. Oh, honey, I'm not normal. I'm a psychic medium, ET abductee. I talk about paranormal because paranormal is my daily freaking life. I talk about ETs because I'm an ET abductee. Talked about Three Eye Atlas earlier. Go back and listen. 8 on the numbers again. Uh, Forced participant, SSP. Yeah, I'm not normal, honey. By any, there's a lot of things that are normal about me, yeah, on a daily frickin' basis, but my life is anything but normal. Um, we're all weird, but normal weird. Yeah, exactly. Um, oh, smartass response. Nicole, you're not a medium, you're a double XL. No, sweetheart. I am what is known as a SS BBW, supersized BBW. So it is what it is. Um, what race of ET do you got? Oh my God. Uh, Not the only show is asking what race of ET got ya. I am have been abducted. Okay, so the ones that do the physical abductions, I call them the tall whites, but they're actually a gray. It's just their body shape is a gray. It's just that they're 7 feet tall, and they are so pasty gray that even from a short distance, 4 feet away, they look like they're white. The only reason why I know that they're actually gray is because they forced me to sit on my ass at 4 years old, wrap my leg because I was an active 4 year old little girl, yammering and walking all over the ship. Well, not all over the ship, in certain rooms. They wouldn't allow me to go anywhere. But asking shit ton of questions. Hello, I was 4 years old. What's this? What does that do? What do you mean? Da, 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 and we were communicating. Hey, Woo Riders, nice to see you. Um, Tell your wife I said hello. Uh, oh my God, that was bizarre. Just as I was saying that, I got a weird hit, psychic hit. Is she okay? Um, Desiree says hello. Hi, sweetie. Um, that was weird. You got something going on in your life, don't you? I don't usually get stuff like that. 9 on the numbers. Um, is it me? No, it was Woo Riders. Right when I was saying, tell his wife I said hello, I got a strange hit on that. That was weird. Something's coming up. Anyway, I don't know what it is, but something is. Oh, the squeaky chair. Here we go again. Um, so anyhow, back to this situation. So on board ship, and the way I know that they're, excuse me, the grays is because got a skinny leg in front of me. I could touch the leg, touch the skin. Of course, I didn't. I did, but then I got told to wrap my fingers like this around the leg and keep them down on my lap. And you got a skinny leg, and foot underneath, and I've got my legs cross-legged around the ET foot and hands like this, sitting on my lap. And I could ask whatever questions I wanted, but I had to be sitting down. The skin is leather in looking, but it's soft. Although, depending upon what emotion they're projecting, it can get not soft. I don't know if that makes any sense. I think it's a frequency of theirs. I never really talked about that before, but anyway, um, Sparky 4TL. Hello. Uh, I don't even know what that is. I am a husband. Okay. Um, Not the only show. That's been happening every time I get into a medium room. Yeah, no, this wasn't about you. This was about Lou Riders and his wife, his lovely wife. Anyway, um, so we have Roxas, hello. Sparky, hello. Send something, no. Grom, okay. Hello. Um, Fat Boy 8749. Have you ever tried Kentucky grease beans? No. Um, what race of ET got you? So basically, those are the ones that do the abductions on me and a number of people that I know. But the ones that actually are on board ship, I've seen the Arcturans, I've seen the Lyrans, I've seen Greys, I've seen Pleiadians. I don't talk about the Pleiadians very often. It's very freaking rare I talk about the Pleiadians. Um, I've seen they're similar to a reptilian, but they're not a reptilian. I don't know what race they are. I don't have a freaking clue. Most of the time, I see blue ETs. Most of the blue ETs are arc ARCT Turians, Arcturians. Draconians are different. Not the only show is saying Draconian. Yes, I've seen Draconian, but only on board military ships. That's SSP. That's a different ballgame. Completely different ballgame. Not a fan of the Draconians. Um, do you think the Florida? Sorry, my brain was trying to add an N onto the word Florida. Do you think the word Nikki? Do you think the Florida Mall was ET or dimensional beings? Okay, ETs can be interdimensional beings. Just an FYI, folks. Not all, but some can be. Um, okay. So yeah, draconians are completely different ballgame. Uh, and draconians are usually bigger. Not always, but usually. I mean, like they're big. You're talking usually a 9 foot tall and higher. And we are talking, if you think I'm big, honey, and we're not talking fat, we're talking all muscle, we're talking reptilian esque, we're talking tail, people. We're talking walking, talking, two-legged tail being with some of them have the snout like an alligator. Some of them got the flat fit. Well, it's not flat, but in comparison to an alligator, flatter face, but the weird shape. Oh, yeah, not fun. Been down that road. Not fun. No, 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 no. Um, Blue Riders, we have had difficult few years, but we got to keep pushing forward from all the targeting we will with mentality and living of service to others before self. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Blue Riders, I agree with that. We gotta help each other out. That is something that a lot of my hybrid children have taught me. Um, and just an FYI, I am, people are going to freak about this, those that don't know. And I don't rightly care what you think of me. I don't give two shits. I'm here talking specifically for the people who are other abductees who are just now making realizations that that's what's going on, for the ones who have come into who are like millennials or Gen Z, that kind of thing. You're making realizations about the fact of where you came from before. Were you an ET before this life? Uh, that's a whole different ballgame, because usually if you were an ET and then you came into Earth as a human, you're probably going to be here a while. That's usually how it goes. Not always, but usually how it goes. Um, so I'm really here to educate folks on what uh, ETs are really like. There are really good ones. There are very loving, kind, good ones. There are the love and light, but not all. Anybody, I don't give two shits who it is. If anybody is telling you they're all love and light, that person is full of shit. They may have experienced that, but it does not mean that all extraterrestrials are love and light. That's bullshit. Get rid of that idea right off the bat. That is such bullshit. Every ET abductee goes through something different. Maybe something similar, but it's individualized. It is different. Okay? I know women who are just like me, who are surrogate mothers of ET human hybrid children. Okay? I've got over 30. Now that's unusual. I, most women I've heard about are having 5 or 6, even 7 or 8 kids, ET human hybrid kids. It's unusual to come across women who are having 30 to 60 kids. I'm one of them. They started me at 13 years old. I'm now 57. So I'm here to educate the general public, talking about my experiences, letting you know that all ETs are just like humans, in that you've got humans who are loving and caring. You've got all the way over to humans who are vicious and wicked as hell, and want don't give two shits about anybody else but themselves, and are selfish. And then there are ones who are humans who are utterly violent. Same thing with the ETs. You get the good ones, you get the love and light, you get the ones who are mediocre, you get the ones who don't give two shits and are violent as fucking hell. Pardon the language, but that's how it is. It's the same way. You get humans that are like that, you get ETs that are like that. They're not all love and light, and they're not all vicious, and they're not all killers. You get a wide range. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Sorry, folks. Made me jump. And that didn't kill my back. Usually that kills a jumping like that usually does my back in. Sorry about that. Totally forgot about that. I usually pop those things. Um, so 510 on the numbers right now. Um, Not the only show is saying, honestly, not being a jerk. If I try and send you a telepathic message, can you read it? You mean, can I hear it? Uh, Possibly. It means I have to be in a certain state. And I'm not forcing that. I have worked, as a human, I have worked really fucking hard not to hear humans' thoughts. So if I'm in a grocery store, Or if I'm passing somebody, say, okay, back in the day, we had Hallmark stores. I don't know why this is Oh, I do know why this is popping up. Okay, back in the 1990s into the early 2000s, I was a I was in my 30s, 20s into my 30s, and then eventually into my 40s. But anyway, point being, there would be a Hallmark store that I would, well, there'd be two of them. There was one in Seattle and then one in Linwood whenever I was in the Linwood area. I'm in Washington State. Um, Born and raised Seattle, moved to the Skagit Valley, back to Seattle, and I've lived all over the place. So on the west side of Washington, and so there were these two Hallmark stores that I used to go to. And the one in Seattle, there was a woman who wouldn't shut up in her head, and she was projecting. So if you're upset, here's the thing about us humans. We have, unless you have something altered in your consciousness, such as if you have Alzheimer's and dementia, you live in Spanaway. I know Spanaway. Had a grandfather in Spanaway. Um, anyway, so yeah, I know Spanaway. Hello, Angela? Yeah, Angela. Sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses, so you know how it is. Or if I miss something, I apologize. Um, you just got here. Hello, Angela. Okay. DJ Big Turbo. Hello, you're from Iran. Okay. Hello. Nice to have you in here. Um, yeah, folks, remember to be nice because I do have mods and they do come in periodically and you got to play nice. So be forewarned. Um, so I'm in this Hallmark store. I'm walking in. I ended up buying a mug and I was getting a card, a couple of other things. And if I remember right, I think I got a candle package or something too on top of it. And as I'm walking around looking, this woman, and I could feel her from 3 aisles over. When you get upset, okay, doesn't matter if you're angry or if you are having the happiest day. When you self talk, you project, okay? Doesn't matter what level you're at. When you get any kind of high vibrational frequency, you literally project and you do not realize that you're projecting. If there's Alzheimer's or dementia, now this is what I've learned with my mother, okay? This is what I've learned with other people that I've known that have had this or were schizophrenic or there is a section in the brain that cuts off our self-defense force in our brain, okay? And what ends up taking place, turbo, not going there. Um, what ends up taking place when that happens, what my mother used to say before the Alzheimer's and dementia, it's like peeling back an onion, multiple different layers of onion, and you're just peeling it back. Well, that's what happens when you get happy or you get very excited or really pissed off. This woman was really pissed off and she didn't want to be in that store, but she had to. And I don't know, remember why. I don't give two shits why. But you could hear her as or I could, because she was projecting that much. And I could hear every word. And After that experience, what I ended up learning to do was to block because I did not realize that when I walked into a store, and after that, I mean, it was all the time. I passed somebody in an aisle and and I'm like, "Oh my god, just shut up. Just shut up. I don't want to hear it." So basically, I learned to do a lot of blocking. The time that that stops is usually when I'm around ET because that's a different ballgame. Self-talk to an ET, when you're talking to yourself in your head, what we call self-talk, because to an ET, self-talk is straight talking to them because they're telepathic. Not all ET are telepathic. Not all ET have really high vibrational frequencies and can do shifting and all this other stuff. So basically, it becomes a situation. It becomes a situation, and the ETs don't like it. It becomes very offensive to them. So, um, no, 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 no. What's going on? Um, yeah, I can't even read that. Try. You gotta push like you're on. No, I'm not gonna try. I'm not interested in doing that tonight. Turbo. It's called the pineal gland. Yes, it is. Um, if I say it, you're just gonna burst with excitement. Okay. Okay. You want to know if you can project? Yeah, you're already projecting. I'm just not gonna talk about it. Um, she can do it. I've got faith. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, so you're telling me I'm full of shit? Okay. Big turbo. All right. Um, how does a certified psychic get certified? I'm not certified. There are numerous different programs you can go into. There's a few in hell, even the CIA does it. You could go into God, I can't think of the name of it. It's in Virginia. I can't think of the name of it. There's also the Monroe Institute. There's places in the UK, specifically in London. They're all over the world. So there's your answer to that. Um, not the only show. Angels and Demons. Yeah, ETs are not angels, nor are they demons. Oh my God, Black Dragon. Hey, honey, how you doing? Semper Fi, my dear. Hoo-ha. Um, it's the WAB. What are your thoughts on whistling at night? Oh, honey, if you are in the Appalachian Mountains, don't follow the whistling. Okay? Stay safe. You got whistling if you're in the Appalachian Mountains, honey. That's a different ballgame. And actually, there are certain areas around the United States that can whistling at night. Yeah, you stay the hell away. Don't follow it. Um, The Minister at Goats? I've never heard of it. Black Dragon. Um, where'd it go? I just saw something from you. Where the hell did it go? Scared as hell. You were scared as hell. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Okay, let's see. I've been on a you've seen, not been on. I've seen a triangular ship in Pennsylvania. It shined lights on me and I ran like hell. Well, that wouldn't surprise me. I was scared as hell, yeah. Why whoops. They do remote viewing in the government, that's for real. Yes, they do. Um Doing fine, beautiful. Hey, thank you, sweetheart. Doing fine, beautiful. Hope all is well with you. It's been a wild ride the last couple of weeks, but yeah, everything's okay. And I'm finally warm enough. I got my blankie. Keep my legs warm. Woo riders, feral people, and sometimes the fairy folk in Appalachia Mountains luring people in with tactics like whistling to pique one's curiosity. Yeah. Then you've got those that look like wild women, and you got to be real careful. So that's a whole nother ball game. Uh, Same goes for the Ozarks, Catskills, and Blue Mountains. Yes, I fully agree with that. I know somebody that is real close to the Ozarks, and wow, some of the stories are wild as f. So, ouch. There goes the knee. And it's the spot that the ET screwed with. Yes, Roo Riders. I totally agree with that. U.S. military has triangle craft. Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's a personal opinion, but it's also based on certain things that I know out of SSP. Oh, the men who stare at goats. Yeah, I thought that's what you meant, but that's not what was on there. That's not what was written. Um, yes, I have seen that. Very interesting movie. Turbo. I live like 15 minutes from, what the hell is that word? Stole one of the seven gates of hell. Oh, okay, well, that's interesting. Uh, do I know what races would have the triangle ones? Well, to get your answer to that one, I would ask R. Keith Andrews because he knows for sure the ETs that use the triangle ones. I don't remember what race it is, to be quite honest, but I also know that the U.S. military has them as well. Um, Anyhow, uh, yeah, yeah, I agree with that, Turbo. Also, don't talk out loud to people that aren't there in the Appalachians. Yeah, they can appear that they are there and they're actually not. You get spirits, ouch, 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 that can do that, and then there are other entities and beings. Um, Yeah, I saw his stuff come on Woo Riders, but I didn't get a chance to see if he was okay or not. I got a notification, so I didn't get a chance to see what was going on, and I didn't. I saw that he wasn't on SOR last night, so and I didn't also get a chance to find out what was taking place. I was in bad shape last night. Um, Personal reasons. Yeah, I understand that. Oh, really? That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I won't read that out loud, but yeah, thank you, rewriters. I appreciate it. What are the controls like aboard the government triangle craft? Are they analog or digital? They're neither. Uh, well, okay, triangles I'm not sure about, to be quite honest, but I do know that the technology that they use, Amy, on board the ones that have been made, um, I don't even know how to describe it, to be quite honest. It's recovering from health stuff. Yeah. So the stuff that I have seen regarding SSP, I suppose you could call it digital. It's a form of digital that it's wild. It's ET digital, I guess is what I would call that one. Um, Spent a week out on Tickaboo Peak, about 26 miles from Area 51. Focused most on SC2 area, and I'm going to tell you, it's like traffic jam up there. Yeah, somebody else I know was up there just not very long ago, and was talking about how wild it was. Truly wild. Blue Rider's 3-Eye Atlas actually changed course, released like billions of tons of thrust, and started going faster when it got near the sun, and also emitted radio signal. Doesn't surprise me. Um, I'm going to say it this way: 1505 Gaza, hi from Dublin, Ireland. Hello, Dublin, Ireland. Hey, son. Hey, I was trying to say sweetie. Jesus. Sorry, folks. My words get messed up sometimes. Changed color for a second time, verified. Um, Thank you for interacting with me. Hey, as long as people can be respectful in my chat, you don't get bumped. So, yeah, I appreciate that. Do you know if Atlas left or is leaving our solar system? They're supposed to be leaving pretty soon. I don't know how long, but they're in a slow progression. They have, what I received on them last week was that they were from 21 galaxies away from it. More, excuse me, quote unquote, more than 21 galaxies away from us. I can't even fathom that, to be quite honest. I have a hard time with the fact that I know that there's 7 galaxies away from us, and that's where some of the hybrid children are kept, in their containers, which I find fascinating, because they're removed from us as mothers on board ship. As soon as all the children are removed from all the human women, they're transported to a different galaxy system. They're transported to a different planet, and then transferred from onboard ship to planet, and then that's where they stay for uh, the duration of their time, and then they are returned uh, to the ship, and that ship then, and I have a sneaking suspicion that is because of how that. Sorry, my back is really starting to hurt. I have a sneaking suspicion that they do that. That the ETs that are watching these infants grow. Um, my suspicion is that they need to be on a planet because they've spent anywhere from 6 weeks to 3 months, with the host mother, with the surrogate mother. Um, oh, please keep that. I want to read that out loud. Not the only show. I want to read that out loud. Please keep that up there, okay? That question about Blue Book up there. I have some things to say about that. So God, sorry guys. I might have to mute myself. Hopefully I don't have to. Hopefully you don't hear a screech. Not nice. Whew. Okay, so regarding the infants, I suspect because they've spent time on Earth, on a planet, that when they are transferred, they then are traveled over and taken over to another planet, and I think they need that that grounding, so to speak. So they go literally from one planet to another. Um, Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been a little on the rough side sometimes. Thank you, Woo Writers. Um, and so they need that continuation of being on a planet. Um, so the other thing is that they're then born on board ship, and then they return the infants to the mothers to have this circadian rhythm bonding situation. And then the infants are removed from the mother's physical possession and then given to a nursemaid, and the nursemaid then takes care of them. Um, Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are wonderful. Thank you, Woo Writers and um, Desiree and Black. Thank you. Appreciate that very, very much. Um, we've known each other a long time. Long time. Um, so, anyway, just know that that's the process, and I suspect that they have to be on planet to finish their growth cycle. Um, I don't know. I just find that fascinating. Ooh, 111 on the numbers right now. Interesting. 111. Okay. Uh, Comet interstellar or not? Yes. Definitely behaving strange for comet interstellar or not. Exactly. I fully agree, Woo Riders. Will be closest to Earth in December. Yeah. Uh, Mental. Yeah, it is. It's pretty difficult at times. Um, for a second time, Ireland, Dublin. Okay, it will be closest to Earth in December. Definitely have strange comet. Biomechanical. I've known biomechanical. Uh, yeah, there's a lot of different things that are biomechanical, such as ET tags, devices in a human body. Those are biomechanical. They're called something different now, but yeah, that's essentially what they are. Are you concerned about Project Blue Book? That's 414 on the numbers. Interesting. Anyway, are you concerned about Project Blue Book? Personally, I think some form of Project Blue Book is still active because what government does, based on what I read in that goddamn fucking government book I read, um, back in the 1980s, and then told to keep my mouth shut and be secreted about it and all this shit. Um, and in 2019, I asked a retired CIA agent if it was a real book, and 4 days later, I get targeted. So yeah, it's a real fucking book. Why would I be targeted if it wasn't real? Anyway, and they wanted to know what I knew. And I've got a photographic memory, so I've got it still stored in my head. Anyway, so yeah, I do think that Project Blue Book, there's some form of it that is still active. Um, and the book that I read talked about, well, the documents I saw were from 1933. So you're looking at over 90 years of government knowledge, and I actually believe it's longer than that. But 1933 was the number that I read in that book. And it had president signatures, it had military officer signature, like high ranking officers. It had so many different names in that book that are so recognizable now. And I'm not naming names. I've kept the names private. Many of them are dead though now. There are very few left that are left alive that have signed, that I read, that had signed documents in that book. And these were actual very well documented. Um, anyhow, I'm the only one left alive in my family who had their hand on the book. I have a family member who remembers my family, my biological family, talking about that book. But when I asked the individual, they were like, "Yeah, I remember you guys talking about it, but I don't remember what was talked about." And I'm like, "Well, at least you remember hearing us talk about it." Um, so that's documentation right there to me. Anyhow, but yeah, I am a little concerned that a lot of because what I learned with that book is that they will shut a project down. What government does is they will shut a project down, hand it over to a conglomerate, whether it's aerospace or whatever they're looking for to have done. Excuse me, and then they will. We have big tits. I kid you not. They get obnoxious sometimes. Sorry. Anyway, point being is that when they shut a project down, they hand over the project to some corporate conglomerate that they have working for them. Um, and then that way that they can claim that the project is no longer active. Well, yeah, it's out of their fucking hands. However, I also learned that they will rename the project and it will continue on. So, do I honestly believe that some form of Project Blue Book is still active? Oh, fuck yeah. I totally believe that. Um, and there are so many different forms where that has actually been proven. So many different ways that that has been proven. Where even you go into the CIA website and you'll find lots of different versions of it. So yeah, that's just history in the making. Just one of the many examples. Um, kind of like what Eisenhower did with the mothers on Planet. Angela. Oh, Angela, you're laughing, honey. What you laughing about, dear? Anyhow, so that's what I think about the Project Blue Book. Excuse me. Anyhow, um, so you've got to be careful with your own knowledge. Uh, okay, some piece of information. There was something somebody said to me. I'm trying to remember. Maybe I wrote it down, or God help me if I put it in my phone. Then I'm screwed. Uh, no. Yeah, I didn't write it down. Oh well, that's all right. I was hoping to get back into it. Hey, Drew. Um, oh, you're complaining about your big boobs. That's what she's laughing about. That's fine. Yeah, honey. Oh, you got big. They're not itty bitty titties. They're gigantic melons, girl. I'm here to tell you. It's obnoxious as fuck sometimes. Anyhow, uh, it's just Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar. What about Bob Lazar? Got itty. Oh, I got itty bitty. Oh, honey, I could give a little bit out to you, a little bit out to them. They're big. No. Anyhow, um, so ouch, 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 back. Um, yeah. So I receive. I'm sitting here looking at a message regarding Mary Queen of Scots. I get weird messages like that all the damn time. My guides are like, "Oh, you got to write this one down because you're going to be looking at it." Yes, Drew. Flotation devices in case of water landing. Well, I've heard that one all my life, dear. Even as a young kid. Um, yeah. When I was 13, I looked like I was 22. When I was 22, I looked like I was 16. So what the just it's always how it is, and I'm 57 now. Yep, sharing is caring. Right, right the fuck on, girl. I get it. Oh, cripes. Anyway, you gotta laugh. I mean, the amount of shit that I've had throughout my entire life, the one thing my family taught me, you gotta laugh. You have to find the humor. And then I had somebody that I worked with when I was an advocate for women and kids and helping people. One of the things that that person create joy. That was the biggest thing. Well, there were so many things that I learned from that individual, but create joy. And I totally agree with that. You gotta find things that create joy. Um, because if you don't, you're gonna go stark raving Looney Tunes. You can get into a deep depression and all this shit. You've got to find, because what happens when you find joy, even minuscule moments of joy, it helps release, it helps open up. Do your own research on this, folks. I'm just simply telling you what has worked for me. Okay. When I have found, yeah, exactly, Black Dragon. Make yourself happy and screw those who try to take it from you. Right the fuck on. Totally agree. Um, God, my nose is driving me nuts tonight. Um, anyway, sorry. I apologize significantly. Um, so find your joy. Find the things in your life that create joy. Move things around in your environment. Shift the frequency, shift the energy. Find things that work for you. If it's a scent and a hand soap, if it's essential oil that you find that you like and you only need a little drop of it, here or down here or under the nose, whatever. Find something that works for you. Black Black Dragon says, "Bacon! It's bacon!" Drew is saying, "Yeah, Nikki, spot on." Yeah, seriously, you've got to find things that really work for you. I have a dear friend who sends me humorous things because I keep in check with him, and he in return sends me comedy things that, and he knows my humor. So he's like, "Well, you're doing this for me, I'm going to do this for you." And I'm like, "Thank you, that means a lot." And it does, because creating joy, even if you get just even 30 seconds, um where you find something just incredibly funny, what you do when you laugh is it opens up the vagus nerve. It helps release some of that stress and pressure on the body. It opens up all this stuff to create a moment of release. And if you get a guttural laugh out of it, hell, even better, because then what you're doing is the longer you're laughing, truly from the heart laughing, not just a chuckle, but an outright, full on, say, even a belly laugh, then you're getting a whole different situation, because it opens up um, the blood vessels more into the brain. You're releasing, I want to say, endorphins. You're releasing all kinds of things in the body, And it is very important to do that. And that was also one of the things that I learned in my own counseling back in the 1990s. I mean, hello, it makes a significant difference on the body. So you have to go out and do this for yourself and search for the things that will help you in your environment, whatever kind of stressful environment it is. Um, oh, sorry, finally got a yawn. I didn't know if I was coming on tonight, and I'm very thankful that I did. So, I know the name. Okay, so Not the Only Show is asking, are you choosing not to speak on? Is he the actor who went to a different country? I do not. I know the name. I cannot place the name right now, so that's why I'm asking. Um, so I know it's a hot button topic, but I don't remember all of it at this second. Uh, Daisy Diary, what are you talking about today? Well, let's see. We started off with the Bigfooty. We've gone to Three Eye Atlas. We've gone to ETs. We've talked about, oh, no, the dumb creator, DUMB, um, deep underground military base creator at Dulce Camp. Uh, yeah, I don't think I'm going to talk on that tonight. I don't remember enough of it right now. Um, so I'm not going to talk on it tonight. But I know quite a few people that have had experiences around the Dulce base. Wild stuff, folks. Really wild shit. Truly. Um, oh, see, now that's not what I remember, Amy. That's one of the reasons why I'm not talking about it. I just remember it was really wild. Mm. Yeah, Amy is saying that specific person was the one who cut off. Which that specific person was the one who cut off his own fingers and was institutionalized. Claim they were shot off by ETs at Dulce. Not the Only Show is saying no, they were burned off. Drew is saying now that's taking it to a whole new level. Not the Only Show is saying by Etsy in a war. Etsy in a war. Okay, in SSP, you want to talk about weird ET shit and war stuff? Um, uh, by ETs in a war. Okay, here's something. Oh, 515 on the numbers. Interesting numbers tonight. Seriously, so that's 515. Interesting. Um, Amy's saying his W-2s said he worked in a shoe store, not government work. Okay, so besides the Phil thing, and I'm getting off the subject of that. So we're moving on. Oh, shut up, you stupid chair. So we're talking about ETs and war. Been there, done that. Been there, done that in this life. Um, and in a few other past lifetimes. I have a friend who, a very dear, close friend of mine, who is now on the other side, but in a couple of past lives, we were ETs in an ET war. And we were fighting hand to hand. He had my back, I had his back. And we were fighting in hand to hand, full on combat fighting against other ETs. Can I remember what war it is? No. I just remember being against different ETs in that past lifetime. Wild stuff. Now I remember also being in a war with ETs. Don't remember if it's SSP or ETs like aliens. Yes, okay, ET is a shortened way to say extraterrestrial. I do not use the word aliens ever since I got told by the extraterrestrials that to me, quote unquote, this is a quote, to us, the term aliens is offensive. So I use the term ET. They don't mind that. That doesn't seem to bother them. But the term alien really bothers them. I'm like, okay, whatever. So that's what I do. Um, SSP, Secret Space Force, excuse me, Secret Space Program, also known as the Mars Defense Force, also known as two other names that I'm aware of, and I can never seem to remember those two other names. So reincarnation of energy to multiple vessels. Uh, so reincarnation of energy to multiple vessels. No. Reincarnation into an ET body. Born, raised ET, died as an ET. Star Wars, President Reagan. No, I'm not talking about any of that. SSP goes back a long fucking way. Your SSP goes back to the 50s, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's so it's like I think it's 52, 54, 56, somewhere in there. I could be wrong, but and that's how I remember it. Um, anyway, so yeah, I remember firing weapons with blue energy. The weapon had blue energy. It literally annihilated anything. They dropped like flies with it. Nasty stuff. Nasty, nasty fucking stuff. Um, and it's interesting because Hollywood has done the slow drip factor, right? We all know that they're doing a slow drip factor. Well, they've been doing a slow drip factor. I had horrible migraines last week. And when I get horrible migraines, I'm at Scooby Doo level. I can't watch anything, but there's a few kid shows that I can actually handle watching. And there was a Scooby Doo episode. Well, there's two actually. There's one they're both with hypnosis. There's one with a form of hypnosis. It was a clown. Watch the gold coin, and you will do as you're told. Blah blah blah. That's hypnosis. But there's another one, and I don't remember it. I think it's from the 2002 series, where the character Daphne, her cousin, or somebody was basically being montauked, or not my labs, Montauk and MK Ultra. God, this is what happens when I go through such weeks like this. And basically, you hear a tone, or you hear a trigger word, or um, and you don't even know that you've been hypnotized. You don't even know that you're under somebody else's control. Well, they were putting this out, back in the 60s, even in the 2002 episodes of it. Um, think about that. I mean, seriously, fucking think about that. Uh, Gen X has been raised around so much slow drip factor where the government has gone into Hollywood and said, here, add this to the show. And they do. And then their government comes in and goes, nope, you can't have that in there. You can't have that in there. But keep this in, but add this to it. There's all kinds of writers that have talked about that. That's not me talking about. That's them talking about. I'm just repeating this shit. So, you know, we've had the slow drip factor for more than 50 years. Um, they've been here since before Egypt. Oh, honey, they're inside planet Earth now. Um, do you think Daisy is saying? Do you think ETs look how we think they look? It's a great question, dear. I'm laughing because I have seen so many different kinds of ET. There are some that look just like us. You would never in a million fucking years ever know that they are not human. Never. Because they will never let you see it unless they fucking trust you. And that trust comes at a big cost. So there's those folks. There's ones that can get away with the face, but they have to have hoodies or a baseball hat or something over their head because their ears may be pointed. Think of the Vulcans in Star Trek. Uh, think of, oh God, what is the name of that show? The guy, Teal'c, on Stargate with the thing across his forehead. Think about that. Where he'd have to wear a baseball cap or he'd have to wear a beanie or something over his head. There's folks who, like with the hoodie, they could have a weird spine or they could have something, hell, even the birds, can't think of what, avians. We call them, well, we now, because of somebody else, call them avians. I've always thought of them as ETs with feathers. Yeah, there are ETs with feathers. Fuck, there are ETs that look like spiders. What the hell? I've actually battled them. Now I'm like, no, because spiders are okay. They really are. Although I do have to say I have a really hard time with the huntsman spiders in Australia. But I've seen bigger. I've seen 10 and 12-foot tall spiders. So hello, they are real. And if you think I'm crazy, I was on a show yesterday with a lady who deals with folks who are truly really crazy. She goes, "You're not crazy." She goes, "I just want you to know you're not crazy." I'm like, "Mwah, chef's kiss. Thank you." Um, so I appreciate that, and that was coming from a hardcore professional, babe. Just because I talk about it and I've experienced it doesn't mean that I'm crazy. 10, 15 on the numbers right now. If you like what I'm talking about and support it, please hit the like and subscribe buttons. I don't talk about that very often, but if you are enjoying what I'm talking about, or you're fascinated by what I'm talking about, or you want to hear more, please subscribe. Hit the like button. It is what it is. I get it. I mean, it's 20 minutes to midnight right now. I've been doing this for about an hour and a half. Yeah, a little bit more than an hour and a half. Still here. I didn't expect to even be on for an hour, so doing pretty damn good considering it all. Um, do you think ETs look how we think they look? I know they don't. They're all different kinds. There's some that look like the Greys. There's some that are 3 foot tall Greys. There's some that well, there's many that I've seen that are 7 foot tall Greys. There are ETs that I've seen that are 9 and 10 feet tall. Most of them are 8 and 9 feet tall, but um, there's there are ones that are taller. Um, there's a couple that I hug because they're friends. I think of them as good friends. Um, and one is big and furry. He's not a Lyran, but I think of him as a very dear friend. And it is what it is. Drip feed, different looks. Oh, got somebody new in the chat. Abu Baker. I saw an alien yesterday. What kind of alien? ET alien or something different? Brookhaven Labs. Yeah, okay. Drew, I'd be okay with an alien female with big boobs. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, there's a few of them out there. D-Town Queen Bee. People have no idea the things that have been done. I fully agree, my dear. I fully agree. Do you think they will become public soon? Yes, I do. Who asked that? Do you think? Not the only show. Do you think that they will become public soon? Yeah. Uh, Shortly, all the way up to the next 5 years, but I really think it's going to happen a hell of a lot sooner. It depends on the human race. Depends on us. It also depends solely on the governments of this planet because they've been trying to hide it for so long. MP JG MP, yes. Aliens are in planet Earth. Yes, they are. Drew is saying reptilian underground bases. Yes, I agree with that. Where I want to go meet them. Where I want to go meet them. Okay, 72 different species living on Earth. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. I don't know the numbers. Don't really care. Just know they're here. They've been here. Oh God, I keep hitting the damn button. They've been here for longer than we have. Aliens are in. Yes. Answered that. Party it up. Get some reptilian. Oh yuck. Now that's just disgusting. Um. Not the only show is saying there are. I think you meant blonde. There are blonde, blue-eyed ones. Yes, there are. There are also ones that are solid blue skin, blue eyes, black hair, blonde hair, red hair, very rare, but red hair, white hair. What else have I seen? Oh, brown hair, but red hair is very rare in ETs. Very, very rare. Uh, That's actually a really good question, MP. How can I tell if the person I'm talking to is alien or reptilian in nature? Watch their eyes, but be very, very careful with your brain. Very careful. Uh, Also, if you go to shake hands, they may have their own energy cloaked, but it's something. Um, so, uh, uh, the The Aaron. Okay, said hi. Hello. Um, Daisy is saying I don't like spiders. They are scary. Yeah, they can be. I used to believe that up until a couple of years ago. Black Dragon, there is a method to my madness, but only chaos to my insanity. Oh, now that's good. I haven't heard that in years. Amy, when you say 1015 on the numbers, what are you looking at? Um, okay, so the first number is how many people are in the chat at the time. The second number is how many have hit the like button. But the numbers together, that doesn't matter. What matters are the numbers themselves because you can look at that as angel numbers. Okay. And if you are drawn to that, or like 111, I had 1 hour, 11 minutes on the numbers. So 111, when you notice things like that and you start taking notice of numbers, that usually means that your guides are wanting you to pay attention to those numbers. Go look up what those numbers mean in angel numbers. That's what that's so what I'm doing is I'm making note of the numbers for people who are into that. In the last year, I've become very aware of that because my guides have made it very apparent that I am supposed to be taking notice of certain things. And sometimes I do miss things. Just because I'm a psychic medium, I do get busy. I do get doing different things, and it doesn't matter. I will miss things periodically. Um, and or like if they're talking so frickin' fast, I'm not catching all of it, so they'll end up showing me in either different numbers or um, look at the clock, Nikki, and I'll look at the clock and I'm like, oh, holy shit, and write it down, take notice of it, and then later on I'll go look it up and go, oh yeah, that's right. I kind of forgot I was supposed to do that, you know. So you take notice of those things because it's one of the ways your guides can be giving you messages. Um, see, Black Dragon. They still are trying to hide. Yes. D Town. Okay, Queen. I'm just gonna call you Queen Bee. The government does not control them. They control the Earth show. ETs don't control the Earth show. There are very specific elite who control the Earth show. However, that said, now that's just my opinion. Um, and I'm saying it that way to keep my ass safe. Um, or as safe as I can be. Uh, Especially since I'm already a targeted individual. And that will eventually stop. And I know it will eventually stop because I already know what's going to happen to them. So, you know, and I'm just not going to talk about it. They're going to be getting their upcomings, and it ain't going to be coming for me, baby. I don't give two shits if they want to blame me or not. It ain't going to come for me. Told them what was going to happen. Last year I told them. Beginning of this year I told them. Gee, they didn't fucking listen, did they? And one of them died and came running to me, blaming me for it. No, bitch. You did that to yourself. Can't fucking blame that on me. Um, so yeah, ETs they're extremely heavily involved with deep government of or almost every single country of this planet. Not every, but quite a few of them. Then you've got the elites, the high elites, the extreme high elites. 18 on the numbers right now. It's another number. Um, I need to shut up about that one. Anyway, okay, hang on. And I actually need to make note of that one. Um, okay. numbers. Okay, so um, yeah, there's a lot. Earth is a shit show, basically, in the grand scheme of things. But there are many beautiful things about this shit show. And I mean the planet itself, I mean certain people, certain energies, that kind of thing being beautiful, that are not shit show type of things. So you got that going on. Blue black dragon. I have the blue eyes. Yeah, so do I. Mine are hazel. Mine turn green and blue, depending upon where I'm at. Like with the migraines last week, I had green eyes. That always gets interesting. Queen bee. Let's see. Hellcat and bunny. Hello, Hellcat and bunny. Queen bee. They have been revealing themselves for years to those that are ready to see them. Yes, they have. Queen bee. I just saw 1212. Cool. Uh, do its believe in God? Uh, some of them do. Not all, but some of them, some of the ETs do believe in God. That's a really good question. Thank you for that. Um, Jade Pastor, when is government opening? Oh, that's a loaded question. Okay, I'm going to say this. I have to think about how I'm going to. We're back at 818 on the numbers. Very interesting. Anyway, um, when is government opening? Let's put it this way. Things will get bad before they get better. Unfortunately, we're in the shit show bad stage right now. I mean, the real nitty gritty deep shit show. But it has to get bad before it gets better. Totally fucking sucks. In order to make changes that eventually become better for this planet or for the United States, things get bad. So do what you can to protect yourself. Stay vigilant. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way or I don't mean that in a really bad way. Okay. I just mean learn what you need to do in your daily life. Okay. Protect you, protect your family, protect self, that kind of thing. Um, People around you may get a little crazy before things calm down. A number of people that I know are starting to experience that. And usually that occurs just before things go poof, and then all of it gets better. So that's just part and parcel to how life is. It's also part and parcel to how things are before they. Whoa, what the hell is on my screen? Ah, okay, that makes more sense. Sorry, it was in the chat. So um it gets interesting before it gets better. Interesting, rough before things get better. So just know that that is uh Jade Pastor, Earth is beautiful. Yes, Earth. Oh my God, Earth is gorgeous from space. I do have to say that. When I was on board the ship where I saw the Butterfly Nebula, the one that I know as the Infinity Galaxy, in the 1970s and in the 80s, we used to call it the Big Blue Marble. Oh my God, there goes the nose again. God dang it. Sorry, guys. Um, and we got 818 on the numbers again. So that's interesting. So that's an awful lot tonight. I'm usually getting a lot of other numbers. Sorry, folks. It's driving me nuts. Um, so yeah, yes, Black Dragon. I totally agree. Black Dragon is responding to not the only shoot. Some ETs have their own religions. Yes, they do. I totally agree with that. Queen Bee, I have some footage of things that I cannot post, but okay. Go to Rumble or one of. Oh God, I'm gonna. Sorry. Go to Rumble or someplace like that. 918 on the numbers. Go to Rumble or someplace like that. You can actually post it where it's not going to get taken down and removed. Um, find places like that. I have some footage of things that I cannot post, but I have been studying them for years. I'm sure. I understand really well. Daisy, I have a stupid question, honey. No question is stupid. Uh, as long as it's not disrespectful. Do you think an ET has ever had a romantic relationship with a human? Oh my God, yes, I do. Um, Black Dragon says Daisy, yes. Shade Pastor, I need travel. It's bad already. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, things are gonna get rough before they get better, sweetie. I'm sorry. Not the only show. Do you, with the abilities that you have, believe in God? Yes, I do. I've talked to God before in some of the crossovers when I've crossed spirits over that have wanted to cross over. I will not cross a spirit over that does not want to cross. 919 on the numbers. That's interesting. I have not crossed over spirits that do not want to cross over. If that is their choice, I am not going to force the issue. Anybody, any psychic that crosses a spirit over that does not want to cross over and they force it, bad juju on that psychic. Woohoo, that's a major freaking no no. Major freaking no no. And it's actually hard to do. The if you're crossing over a spirit that absolutely does not want to cross over, it's either going to be really difficult on the psychic or I was going to say painful for the spirit, but just it don't have anything to do with that person. That means they are full of shit. That's not says I'm reconnecting and I'm live. So I don't know where that ended up at, but basically, if if you have a situation and you know of a psychic who is trying to force a spirit to cross over and that spirit does not want to cross over, stay away from that psychic. Get the hell away from them immediately. Bad. That's not using your gifts for what it's meant to be for. Um, but yes, I've spoken with God before. I've talked a couple of times quite extensively with Jesus. I deal with hierarchies. I've worked with numerous different angels. Uh, archangels, other kinds of angels. I've had a prime angel in my home. I stopped counting at over 25 feet because that's what he was. He was a prime angel. He was, I could not get beyond the 25 feet because it was just huge. I mean, he was just, I've talked about it before on my other live broadcasts earlier on. Like, I think this is my fourth, uh, this is my fourth going into my fourth season, but it's my, um, third year, I guess. Anyway, go back into the beginning. Uh, Like the first 2 seasons, I talk about it in the description box, and you can actually find where it's mentioned. So I haven't done description box in not since the beginning of the year, or not since I've gotten this device, because my other device, I have to sit at it and type, and it's I haven't been able to use it, so it's not safe for me to use it right now. But there's your answer to that. Do I believe? Yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm a very different kind of a Christian. Was I baptized? Yes, I was. Um, I have people that have known me for well, I've only got 2 people on my Facebook page who one knows me from junior high through graduation. The other one I've known since um, fuck, how old were we? Um, 7 years old. Long time. I'm 50, so I've known her for 50 years. Oh, Jesus. Can't believe it's been that long. Oh my God, girl. I can't fucking believe it's been that long. Um, but and she can tell you that they didn't know anything like this was going on with me. Um, I mean, it was sorry, tailbone. They didn't have a goddamn clue that any of this was going on with me or my mom. Um, so if somebody went to interview her, she'd be like, "Oh, she's just normal. We just did things together, and we do this and we do that." And I had another girlfriend that my mom and I would take camping with us or fishing, and uh, trying to pull the dog in from a boat. You had to keep the leash on the dog because the dog liked to jump out of the boat while the boat was going up a river. And you're like, wait a minute, get back in here. So, you know, 12:20 on the numbers right now. Anyway, so yeah, it got real interesting. So, and now I haven't seen Heidner Hair, that specific friend, in many years. She used to jog around where I lived in Seattle. Um, Both she and her brother. Anyway, and the other one, she was one of, God, 4 or 5 kids. I don't remember at the second, but the other one there were 3 kids in that family. So, yeah, they didn't have a goddamn clue as to what was going on. Um, it happens. I mean, because of the way the ETs abduct, because of how they control the brain, uh, a lot of times you'll just never fucking know that you're an ET abductee because they do it so well. So, yeah. Joan, is Rita here? I have not a clue. Joan, Daisy, absolutely. The Bible. Okay, let's see. Many with abilities believe in God. Yes, they do. Joan, were you on the ship when? Okay, so Joan, it's nice to see you. I've been abducted all my life. I've had psychics. I've had numerous psychics that I've known personally, and I've had numerous psychics that are strangers to me. Every single one of them have told me that I've been abducted while while my mother was pregnant with me, or almost every single one of them have told me that. Or they've told me that I've been abducted long before I even remember. Well, my first memory is at age 4 years old. It was on board ship with that experience, out in space. And I remember that the most because I was so awestruck by its gorgeous beauty. It didn't look like that at the time. It had blues and lavenders and pinks in it, and um, that is more of a current picture, but it's still very similar to how it looked in the 1970s, 1972 when I saw it. Um, Queen Bee, the energy on the Schumann resonance is also affecting humans. Yes, it is. Joan, is there a video? A video of what, hon? Um, okay, I just want to see that. Okay. Yeah, that's not necessarily true. Thank you, Amy. Seen some of the things that you've gotten rid of, so thank you. I appreciate that. Uh, Jamie said hi. Hi, Jamie. Um, yeah, I get to see you again in a. I'm not sure. I'm into your content, so I just liked and subscribed. Thank you, Queen Bee. I appreciate that. Thank you. Uh, Jamie, hello, sweet lady. Good to see you again. Thank you, dear. It's good to see you too. Thank you for coming back in. Queen Bee, facts. It is very difficult to get them to cross over if they are not ready. Yeah, it really is difficult if they're not ready and they don't want to. It can be a real major issue for the psychic that is trying. I completely and totally agree with that. And it's really a vicious thing to do to a soul. When they're not ready to cross over, they don't want to cross over. That's bad stuff on the soul of the person trying to do it. Really bad. Okay, we got born again folks, and I've been down that road. Peace Ninja, are those in earbuds or over the ear? Over the ear, hun. I can't do earbuds. Earbuds just slide right out of my ears. It's a waste of money for me. So yeah, they're over the ears, and they're very tight on the ears. Whereas, I don't know if I can pull these out. Nope. I've got Sony noise canceling out headphones that I love dearly, but they don't have a microphone on them, and so I have to switch headphones in order to answer my phone because I will not use Bluetooth. I have my own thoughts on Bluetooth. So, anyhow, we won't get into that one. So there's your answer, dear. Uh, Not the only show. Is there a way I can develop those abilities and be able to talk to those past? Yes, there are multiple different ways you can do that. That's a very long subject to get into tonight, but start with meditation. Then move on to grounding, learning how to ground yourself, um, ground your energy, that kind of thing. Uh, Black Dragon, learn to meditate, believe in your, yes, just what I said. Learn to believe in yourself, trust yourself, but I think you mean most of all, love yourself. You can gain abilities when you become true to yourself. Very true, Black Dragon. I totally and completely agree. Oh, I'm down at the bottom now. Um, Queen Bee, my mom tried to get my dad to cross over, and I told her very firmly to stop. Good for you. If he's not ready, hey, there was. Oh, I gotta be careful. Okay, so in Washington State, we had a landslide a number of years ago that was devastating to a town. Most people will know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to say the name. A number of years later, I was heading up that highway. Hopefully, I don't start crying because this one always gets me emotional. And we're talking about crossing over spirits, okay? This is what this is about. Um, there was a little boy spirit who was car hopping into anybody who had abilities. And I was a passenger in that vehicle at the time. And I asked him, "Why do you not want to?" Because I asked him point blank. I was like, "Do you want to?" Because I knew who was on the other side. I was asking him, "Do you want to cross over and be with so and so?" And he immediately said, "No, I want to be with." And he said the person, and it was one of his other parents who was alive. And I went, "Oh." I said, "You," and I went, "Okay." I said, "But you understand that you," and I asked questions of him, but I was very careful because you're dealing with, still, he's got the mentality of a young child. And I said, I told him, "If you ever need anything, you can come talk to me." Um, I told him a bunch of other things too, but you're still dealing with the mentality of a young child. And after he left the car, while we're going up this highway, I had tears streaming. I did not want to see the person who was driving. I did not want them to know that I was crying. And the waterworks, I mean, it just hit me. I have a hard time with that one because he's making a choice, and I understand his choice. I understand why. He told me why, and I'm not going to get into it. That's between he and his family. But it was really hard. It was really freaking hard. Um, and strong. Oh my God. Him being on the other side, he was really freaking strong with his energy. I mean, I was like, whoa. Um, but he was still very much the mentality of the child. And I've had kids, spirit kids, come to me before, and it's hard. Sometimes it's harder with some of them than it is with others. Um, but it was how he passed that just, it was devastating. It was hard. And yeah, you do not ever want to cross over a spirit who is not ready. They're trying to do something, but they know they've come across people who have told them, usually have told them, "Look, if you want to cross over, come talk to me. I'll help you do that." There's ways to go about it. You don't necessarily need me, but if you get scared or you are concerned about something and you want somebody to talk to or to help you do that, I will be here for you. And that is always open to those spirits that I've told that to. That's always open to them because it's a big deal. And some of them don't understand that they can do that, that they can do that on their own. They don't understand that. And sometimes, I mean, even on the other side, you still go through, well, okay, this is what I've learned. In my personal experiences with so many different spirits, the ones that have not crossed over seem to be much more emotional than the ones that who do cross over and come back. I find that really fascinating. And in some ways, it's very almost disconcerting. Concerning. Yeah, that's the right word. It's also very frustrating um, because they're missing out on the sheer love. 1020 on the numbers. If you like what you're hearing, please hit the like button. If you're enjoying any part of this conversation, I talk openly about all these different experiences of mine with ETs, with spirits, with all different kinds of paranormal, with cryptids, all of it. If you are finding what you are enjoying right now, um, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. Um, I don't get paid for any of this. I'm coming on to talk to you guys because these are my experiences. I mostly talk about education regarding the ETs and my ET experiences because there's so much misinformation and crap out there. And humans on this planet have been programmed to think of all ETs as evil, and they're not. Not all ETs are bad. Not all ETs are good either, but not all ETs are bad. And good grief, there goes a stomach again. And not all ETs are out to terraform Earth for whatever. I mean, that's just such bullshit. Um, there are ETs that are already inside Earth because they've gone underground. Um, Queen Bee, meditations changed my life. Yeah, it changed mine too. Black Dragon, meditation helps with centering yourself and lets you get to know your inner self. Boy, does it ever. And when you quiet, if you are a self talker, when you quiet that self talk in meditation, whole new world opens up to you. When you shut down the sound in your head and you literally, it's basically retraining your brain. Oh, God, burp again. Okay, these are confirmation burps. This is weird because I should not be burping ever for this stuff. Well, not ever, but you get the idea. Anyway, um, as I say now, when you quiet your mind, and if you are somebody who doesn't do self-talk, work on meditation because the meditation will help you to open up your head. Here's something that I used to do when I was in high school. um, Even though I had a photographic memory, I couldn't remember all the stuff for my tests. So what I used to do when I got to there were certain classes, I only did this in certain classes. I do this with everything. Um, because there was so much information, for whatever reason, I was having a hard time with remembering as much of it as I could. And I learned to write explicit. So when I got home, I would rewrite notes or I'd write them in a way that would make sense to me, right? Correct? So went from that to taking a tape recorder because that's what we had back in the 80s. We had tape recorders and then we had Walkmans. So I would record on a tape recorder what I wanted, what I wrote in my notes, how I wanted it worded, and I would um, then take a Walkman. I would listen to music until I was just ready to fall asleep. Hello to the 13. Come on in and grab a cuppa and welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I'm Nikki. Um, and what I would do is get to the point to where I was just about ready to fall asleep. I would pop a new tape in. Oh, this is a big deal. This means it's supposed to happen for somebody. Somebody's going to be trying this. I can feel it. And then I would play the tape and I would fall asleep to my own voice, but listening to the stuff. Hello from Egypt. Hello. Uh, I'm not sure if your name is Mohammed or if your name is Rabi. Hello. Either way, hello to you. Um, you'd like to get in touch with? I want to go to America. I'd like to get in touch with you. You can email me. Restore belief 2022 at gmail.com. I'm not interested regarding you coming to America and how you get here. That's all on you. But if you have questions about any of these subjects, we can have a conversation. Um, okay, I literally feel a cold something on my arm right now. That's bizarre. It's almost like I'm being touched, and I'm like trying to figure out how and why and where's it coming from. And it's like a cold, it's like two finger whips, is what it feels like. Anyway, but that's how people can get a hold of me. Restore Belief 2022 at gmail.com. Um, so, yeah, basically, um, it, now see, I've lost my train of thought. Um, okay, I'm not reading any of that out loud. Um, okay, Black Dragon. Okay, this I will read. Black Dragon says, my mind is always in chaos. The meditation helped me clear that chaos. Yeah, if you, okay, that's what I was talking about. So if you have no self talk whatsoever, this will help to open up different things in your brain uh, because you literally get into a specific state. 222 on the no, ooh, two, no, 22, 22, 2. Wow. Wow. Three twos right now. Two, two, two. Wow. Just incredible. Anyway, so Queen Bee is saying prayer is talking, meditation is listening. Yes, that's an excellent way to put it. Absolutely excellent way to put it. Um, Queen Bee says, I do not own a. Oh, wow. I should not be yawning. Queen Bee is saying, I do not own a tell lie vision. Like how you worded that, dear. Or a microwave. I need a lot of books and I only listen to meditation or jazz music. I understand that. This is why I don't watch a lot of news. Too much crap. Too many lies. Um, so basically, ow, my neck. Basically, you use the meditation and it helps you listen. Helps you listen a lot. Um, it's an app, Amy. It's a specific kind of app to be communicating. It's very similar to Telegram or what was known as Skype or what's known as Viber or oh god, there's so many different forms of communication, but that's what it is. Anyway, so meditation can really help. You quiet your mind down and you get into wow, it's just incredible. 22422. God, not a lot of numbers. So there's a lot of different ways to communicate with people, but there regarding meditation, it will really help you with where you want to get to be. It will help you with your own abilities. It can help you with stress. It can help calm your body down at different times, depending upon how well you get into. Oh my God, how well you get into this. Pardon me, I got to take another swig of drink of my tea. Oh, that's better. My little Sasquatch guy, daughter-in-law got him for me Christmas. Just love him. Just think he's awesome. Anyway, um, Marlon Jones, doctor. What advice would you give to the young generations? It's a really good question. Work on higher consciousness, work on meditation, work on higher consciousness, use critical thinking skills. I am seeing so many what I call kids. Hello, I'm 57. So I consider them kids. So if you're 22, I'm considering you a kid. Um, I know you're an adult. Whoops. Apparently, I can't put that mug there. Um, I know you're an adult at 22. I get that. I understand that very freaking well. But I have seen so many videos from young adults who do not have a critical thought in their freaking head and behave as if they are stupid. And they're not. They are choosing not to use critical thinking skills. Use your critical thinking skills. Start asking questions. You may have come across people who will tell you, "Oh, that's just a stupid question." No, because if they have not been taught to use critical thinking skills and they're just, it gets very frustrating. So, ask questions, start making realizations, be aware, pay attention to what the F is going on. Okay? Look into what's really taking place. Um, Start with meditation, critical thinking skills, get into higher consciousness. Higher consciousness, um, higher consciousness will open up a whole different world for you. But here's something else to pay attention to. Make the realization that voice to skull, because of 5G, is happening. It is taking place. It is happening more and more, and the younger ones that are in their 20s and even 30s are hearing it more than we are. It'll sound like an open mic straight into your head. That is no frickin' joke, folks. It's happening more and more, and I know people who never experienced it, not once, who are now experiencing it and are absolutely horrified. "Oh my God, what is this? I feel like I'm going crazy." You're not going crazy. It's the frickin' voice to skull. Tell him to shut the fuck up. Tell him to get the hell away from you. They have no fucking right to do that, and they are doing it. And it's a way to take control, unfortunately. This is not a joke. This is very real shit. There's very real documentation of it. Don't ask me to give you the documentation. You do your own research. That is one of my all time answers to everything. Do your own research. Matter of fact, I should make merchandise with that because that's actually my number one response to people is do your own research. Be your own advocate. I have come across so many times of so many different professional communities. And I'm saying it that way not to single out one specific community, but I have come across so many different communities, professional communities that gaslight. For God's sake, ask your questions. If you're getting a professional gaslighting you, don't be a smartass. Ask your critical thinking questions. Be smart about it. Do not be vindictive or nasty or bitter or any of that shit. Be respectful and ask your questions. But make sure that they are critical thinking questions. So, just an FYI, that was my answer. Long winded answer, but an answer. Get into your meditation, critical thinking skills, and crap, there were four of them meditation, higher consciousness, critical thinking skills, and the fourth one. I had it, now it's gone. Anyway, it's there. I've said it already. Um, Queen Bee, I met a 6-year-old that meditates. She also can recognize the power of different crystals. Yeah, I was able to at that age. I was also talking to the animals at that age. My own family called me, quote, our little miss, our, oh God, our little, there we go, our little Miss Dr. Doolittle, quote unquote. That's what they used to call me. It's what my mom and my aunts, my grandmother, my great aunts, I had one great uncle that used to call me that. Oh, actually, I take that back. I had two, but the one didn't really want to do that. So, but the other one did because he saw it firsthand when I went to Tonga with my mom. My grandmother had died, and my mom went, well, she didn't swear very often. She said, fuck it. She sold everything, almost all of my grandmother's possessions, and she said, we're leaving. I went, what do you mean we're leaving? She goes, we got an invitation from your aunt and uncle, and we're going to Tonga. I went, we're what? I was a young kid at the time. And my uncle, both of them got to see me talking. I used to talk to the pigs and the chickens, and they would talk right back. So you can have abilities. If you've got little kids, don't kibosh their don't squelch. Do not squelch their abilities. Allow those abilities to come to fruition because it can change lives in a really positive way. But it can be scary for those kids. You have to learn and understand. I had a grandmother who used to tell me, shh, Nicole, we don't talk about those things. That'll put us in the crazy house. So, shh, we don't talk about those. That was in the 70s, folks. And it can easily be said to this day. There are people that experience that with their kids. Their kids, young 4-year-olds, are telling them their life in a previous past life. record it, videotape it, whatever you need to do. Because a lot of those times, those kids by age 7 and 8 will not remember it. The closer they are to birth, they will talk about it. They will remember it. It's not just them making stories up. Why would a 4-year-old, or hell, even a 3-year-old, tell information that there's no way in hell they could ever know about? And it's not some dream of theirs. It's because they're talking about a past life. You also have to pay attention and to know who your kid is around, as to, are they listening to other stories, and are they, oh God, go back. Are they, you got to pay attention. I was going to say, don't be an air pilot mom. That's not what I meant. Don't be a, the hell is the, I can't think of the name of it. We'll call it a helicopter parent. That's not what I mean either. Can't think of the words. So yeah, just pay attention. Black Dragon, my advice would be stop listening to others and do your own research. Too many get brainwashed, and that's my point. That's exactly my point, Black Dragon. A lot of the kids are shushed. A lot of them are gaslit because they're children. Hello to the 14. You got kids that are coming into this life now who are very awake. And those are the kids that in the next 20 to 30 years are going to be making a major fucking difference on this planet. But it's getting them through this. It's getting them through this really strange time right now. Esme. Hello, Esme. Micah. Hello, Micah. Saying hi. Hello back. So as a psychic medium and somebody who saw spirits from the cradle, not understanding why there were ghosts. I didn't know them as ghosts. I just knew them as, why is that person standing by grandma? Why is that one standing over by my mom? Or very rarely did I see anybody standing around dad, but I mostly remember my mom and my grandma. My grandfather, also my mom's dad. Kind of forgot about that one. Sorry, folks, my nose is starting to go again. Ooh! Sorry about that. Ooh! Anyway, yeah, I agree, Black Dragon. Many kids have abilities, but many parents shut them down. Yeah, they do. You've got to be very diligent in making sure uh, that your kid is going to be expressive and can feel safe enough to talk about it. Because when a parent shuts that kid down, that affects them. That can affect them for the rest of their freaking natural life. And that there's a real psychological issue with it, and it can be very detrimental. Which means that they're taught very early on that they don't have a voice. Children have a voice, and we need to fucking listen to it. Especially now. I mean, look at all the things that have gone on. Seriously, it's crazy shit. A lot of the things that have been talked about. I mean, there are really horrific things that are going on this planet regarding the children. They never did find the school buses of kids. I've psychically seen children in cages. many different times, in fact, and every single time I've had that, I start bawling like a baby because there are times where I can't figure out the location. You know, there are times that I've seen psychically seen people that are trafficked, but I can't find the fucking location, and I get pissed with the other side, and then I get told it's not the right time. I'm like, "What the hell do you mean it's not the right time? They have no business even being there to begin with, and they're there. They need to come out of there. Let's get them help." And I get shut down, and I'm like, "It's not." I get really pissed off. I get really pissed off about that shit. Um, Black Dragon, kids with invisible friends, quote unquote, invisible friends. Um, how many were talking with spirits? No shit. There's video. Sorry, I'm having all kinds of things going on right now. There are videos of parents recording their kids, and those young kids, 4-year-old or 3-year-old, sitting on the floor talking to an invisible individual. Oh, it's grandma. Oh, it's Uncle Mike. Oh, it's Uncle this. It's Aunt to no way that they ever could have known those individuals. No way. But they're sitting there talking to them, and they're sitting there or standing or walking and talking. I mean, and they don't know that person's because they see the spirit. That kid is very open. It's a good possibility they've got the psychic vision in them. They're very open to it. But once you start sequestering that, once you start squelching that, you affect that child's life for the rest of their life because they now know that it's not safe for them to be really who they are. And that's sad. That's sad that an adult would do that to a kid, let alone what the hell is already going on in this world. So, got to protect the kids. Allow them to be who they truly are. Allow them to have their abilities. Just because you believe one way, um, you know, you can't beat it out of them. Doesn't work that way. You can't tell them to shut their mouth because they just turn it inward. And when you turn it inward, it goes a different ball game. 1323 on the numbers. Interesting. That's a new one. Um, let's see. Uh, Amy, I know my past lives were more open to access at age 6, as well as different spirit things, but didn't see them. Never had communication with any plants or animals. Yeah. Um, Micah, more people have come to the truth that this is real. So I think that is nice because it's not fair. Uh, Queen Bee, children need to be protected in every way. Yeah, I totally agree. They really do. Micah feels a bit safer to be. Yeah, it things get real interesting real fast when you start dealing. Okay, so I'm going to explain a situation that I had. Family member really pissed me the fuck off. Um, really pissed me off, in fact. So basically, at my son was real little, and he used to know. his father was calling anywhere from 5 seconds to 6 minutes, 4 to 6 minutes. I used to say 3 to 6, but anyway, up to 6 minutes before his father would call. He couldn't read time yet. And it would go from that to me telling him, because he'd tell me, "Oh, daddy's calling," or he'd say something else along the lines, and I'd say, "Why don't you go answer the phone?" Well, we had caller ID. We had the really long cords. We had the caller ID, so I'd pick up the phone, and as soon as the phone rang and I saw the caller ID, I'd hand him the phone. I said, "There you go. There's your dad. There's daddy." And his father was just appalled. I was like, "Well, he's telling me that you're gonna call." So I'd grab the phone and go and sit down, and on the couch, we had the really long cord, and, sit down on the couch, and there he was. He'd be talking to his dad, and he was always spot on. Was always spot on. He eventually grew out of that. I had a family member that I told that my son was, had abilities, and that family member took it upon themselves to do anything and everything she could to, I'm going to call it disavow, squelch, really fucking pissed me off. And that kid believed it for a while. And then I found out other individuals in my life tried to squelch it as well. And I remember telling my son, look, you have these. It's okay to have these. It's normal to have these. And anybody who tells you differently, they don't understand. They do not know it. They do not understand it. And it was really hard for him. It's really hard for him because these were people that he loved, cared about. And even though I was his mother, it's still hard. It was still very, very difficult. Um, and so, you know, to do that to a kid, to squelch their abilities, to deliberately squelch their abilities, really pissed me off. And yeah, I had conversations with people. I wasn't very nice at on a few of them because of what was going on and being said, and it got really vicious. There were a couple of times. There was a person for other reasons where we didn't have contact with them for 2 years because of other issues that they were doing, and I was like, "No." And it wasn't anything sexual or anything bullshit. No, it wasn't anything like that. It was a completely different ballgame. Um, but I'm sorry, there's just things I will not put up with, and this is my kid, and you're not gonna fucking be like that around my kid, period, or you will not have access to my kid. End of story. I don't give 2 shits who you are. I don't care how close you are of a family member. I don't care how close of a friend you were. I don't give 2 shits. You knew it. You will be respectful of how I want my kid, how I want certain things around my kid, and that's how I was. I was like, "No fucking way. You don't have to be in this kid's life, period. You are not being respectful of this individual. You're not, I don't, no way. I don't care." So, yeah, um, it, people get really wicked about how they think they should be around and teach your kid, and I was like, no, this this family doesn't have to, they don't have to be around you. I'm sorry, but they're telling you things that are not okay. No. So We had contact in other ways, but they were not around. And it got to a point to where I actually physically escorted somebody out of my home. Literally went in and I said, "You're leaving. You're leaving right now. And if you do not leave, I will call the police on you." Boy, that astounded this person. I was like, "No, you're not going to stand here and talk to me the way you're talking to me. And you are sure as fuck not going to be talking to my kid in any way, shape, or form, or um, providing him with allergy foods or doing things that are absolutely fucking not. No way in hell." So I physically escorted them out of my home, and there are plenty of witnesses to see it. They were absolutely horrified and mortified, and I'm like, you don't come into my home and talk to me like this or talk to my kid the way you did or do the things, no fucking way in hell. I don't give two shits who you are. You don't do that. Period. And it was a hard lesson. It was a hard lesson to hear, to be involved in, and it was a hard lesson for them. And they didn't think anything like that would ever be done. I'm like, mm. You go in and you protect your kid. They hit mama bear mode in me, and I'm like, you know what? Get the fuck out of my house now. You have no business being here. 1424 on the numbers. Um, so yeah, there are situations that can happen like that. Uh, children need to be protected in every way. Safer. Yeah. Elsie, can't read the rest of that for whatever reason. My eyes are acting weird. Elsie, nice to see you. Welcome to my channel, my dear. And then I know I just met you, and I'm calling you my dear. I do apologize for that. I've been doing a lot of that lately. It's not necessarily so normal. I do apologize. So Elsie is saying, my granddaughter at the age of 3, she wanted us to tell the kids to be quiet because she wanted to go to sleep. So we did just that. Another time she wanted to know who was sitting on my shoulder. Yeah, hey, you can have spirit animals. So if you had a bird that died, that would make perfect sense. Or for whatever reason I got an iguana. I'm literally seeing an iguana sitting on a small iguana or a small lizard sitting on somebody's shoulder. Whoo-hoo, hello, that's interesting. Um, but I've known people that have had birds that have crossed over. I'm like, whew, that's interesting. It's usually the cats and dogs, horses, uh, goats that'll even come back. Uh, Queen Bee, I love the movie Knowing, starring Nicolas Cage. Oh, that's an excellent. I love that movie. Nicolas Cage does not get enough positive uh, kudos for that movie. That's a really good movie. Um, Micah, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, it wasn't so fun. Roger B. Blah. Yeah, well, that's how it is, Roger. Um, Black Dragon. My family embraced the fact about abilities, so I consider myself to be lucky in that aspect. Yeah, very. I mean, truly, it's a big deal to go through that and to have that. It's rather a big deal. Um, the Empire Takeover. The Empire Takeover. Okay, that's interesting. Hello. Um, so I was on. Oh no, I just lost the name of it. I was on a show last night. Well, technically it was Friday. because we are 12:55, 12:50. Oh, I need to check my how much. Yeah, I'm good. 12:56 a.m. right now, Pacific Standard Time. I am in Washington State. Um, oh, that's better. There we go. What was I going to say? Oh, uh, so the Empire is saying, is it Harry? Well, when I think of Harry, I think of Sasquatch. And I've had experiences with Sasquatch, also known as Bigfoot. But there is a lady. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So I was on a podcast last night, or well, to me it was last night, Friday night, and it was supposed to be on Stone Hobbit's uh, YouTube channel, but because I'm the one with a lot of technical difficulties over it, for whatever reason, I had a shit ton of tech issues. Her uh, podcast partner, Oric, um, oh God, she's got another name after Oric. Oric Vibe 1111. Um, I will be putting the channel link in the description box after this podcast is over with, or after this live broadcast is over with. Um, I'm on a Wednesday night show. I haven't done other shows in a while, so it was really nice to hear and have other people ask questions, um, and to want to know more about different things that I do. And I've known Stone for a while. Love her to pieces. She's a good egg, folks. She's a good person. Um, Highly recommend her. Um, she knows her stuff too. She's also a psychic medium and experiencer. So go check her out. Um, Jamie. Jamie is saying, oh, so I was going to talk about Sasquatch. What I was going to say regarding Sasquatch before I get into reading Jamie's, Sasquatch, um, if you really want to know about Sasquatch, 15, 25, interesting numbers, look up a lady named Robin, Robin Haynes, Haynes. Um, you want to hear her talk? Look up Spaced Out Radio, and then look up Spaced Out Radio or SOR, and then Robin Haynes, and you'll find she's been on Spaced Out Radio for a long time. She knows her information, and the information is quite credible. I highly recommend her. Go check her out. You want to know more about Sasquatch? I've only got my experiences. The woman has a ton more than I do by leaps and bounds, and there's a reason for that. So, anyway, go check her out. Really interesting information that she talks about. Um, Jamie says, I am Catholic. People try and tell me when you die, you don't go to heaven and you will never see loved ones who have passed. Can you tell me because you can see? Ooh, honey. Okay, so I have crossed over spirits who have been everything under the sun: Catholic, Christian, Jewish, uh, I couldn't think of the word, Muslim faith. I mean, everything. Native American. I've even crossed over Sasquatch souls. Fae souls that were trapped with human souls. Uh, oh God, there were things that I can't even describe that I crossed over. The souls of I don't even know what they were. I don't even know what to describe them as, because they were all encased and trapped and all this other shit. Um, so when you cross over, and this is what I have seen and experienced for my, and I don't mean crossing over. What I specifically mean is, the only way that I know how to describe it is what we would call hello to the 20 and the 25. Um, something official. Lapi LAPEP lap it uh, I can't even pronounce this. Something official. I have been there. Hail Satan, hail Satan. Get off my channel. I don't want anything to do with you. Um, you have that attitude. Go. Um, so this is not what I have experienced regarding what that is. Um, I take great issue with that. But anyway, what I have experienced personally is when you cross over people, when you cross over spirits of any faith, uh, a large opening opens up. From what I have personally witnessed, we would call it a portal, and the amount of love and bright white light is intense. It envelops you. You can actually feel the love. It is the purest form of love there ever is. Um, and some people call that heaven. Some people don't. Um, I've even known an atheist or two. Um, one, how do I say this without being, how do I say this without being disrespectful? Uh, okay, so one chose to cross, the other one did not. Um, the one that chose to cross was asking the other one that was choosing not to cross to come with him. Because of the amount of love that he was feeling, they were both on the fence about it. I was like, look, all I know is what I can tell you from what others have told me and what I have felt from that light. And from the other being on the other side, what I can tell you. Now, I know that you will have those that love you come forth in spirit and they will walk with you. I also know that when you don't have somebody, or that you think you don't have somebody, one of the angels will come walk with you. Um, trying to think of how else to say that. Now, I know many people that have come back and have talked about how it's, how do I say this? They think of it as heaven, and others don't think of it as heaven. What I have learned in the course of my time is that each person is individualized. You make it what you want it to be. How else do you say that? You literally make it how you want it to be. So if you want a home on the other side, your most treasured place to be is in a home. It's going to be your most idealized and wanted home. It'll be exactly how you want it to be. If you don't want a home and you want to be and live on a beach, that's where you'll be. Can you go to other areas? Yes. You can go see people that you love. You have typically have a loved one coming to be with you. You'll see lots of different people. You'll meet you'll meet souls that sorry, I'm getting a really spiked pain right now. Trying to breathe through it. You'll meet souls that you've only ever seen before. Oh, and yeah, my cheeks are going red. Yeah, that's a pain level. That's a whole new fucking pain level. Sorry, folks, just a second. Mm, fucking hell. Um. So yeah, you will. Ouch! Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. There goes the chair again. Um, you'll find all different kinds of souls that you may not have gotten to see in the lifetime that you just lived, but you'll see them over there. So uh, that's how I would say that. Um, uh, okay, before I get into the rest of this, let's see. Um, Micah is saying, Jamie, heaven is real. Micah saying, yes. The true Lav, Lav. Okay. Why should I believe in the paranormal when my Lord Jesus Christ is more powerful and has authority over them? Actually, God has more power, but yeah, that's a whole nother ballgame. Micah, your loved ones are all there and all the animals. It's very pure. It is totally and completely pure. Micah says, like she described. Yeah, it's completely. And I want, Amy, just an FYI, I want the response from the True Lab. Please keep that. Do not remove it. That it's a every. I want that one left in there. Um, Black Dragon says our abilities were given to us by God. You want to deny His gift? Question mark. That's how a lot of people believe. Um, it's I don't even know how to express that. Because I've got a lot of different beliefs on that as well. On one hand, I believe that, and on another hand, I'm like, we're born with those abilities. It's part of our soul. It's also part of our soul progression in each life that we live. And quite honestly, I think now this is just a personal opinion, totally a personal opinion. I don't have any knowledge per se on it, haven't been told, but I have a tendency to believe that each lifetime we learn and we grow, and if we don't, we will become stagnant over and over in each and every lifetime after that until we learn to grow. we will become stagnant and we will be relearning, or you'll become bitchy and I can't stand this life and why is it always like this and that. It means you have stopped your growth. It means you are the cause of that stop because you're not allowing the rest of that. You got to be very careful with that kind of stuff because you will have multiple lifetimes where you are not growing and you're doing it to yourself. That's my personal opinion. And I've actually seen that happen with people. And there have been times where I've actually sat and cried because the person is making a deliberate choice. I have a hard time with that. I have a really, really fucking hard time with that. But it's their choice. They're choosing to do it that way, and they're making it harder on themselves. Um, Veritas ratio. I was going to say radio. Veritas ratio. I like the Veritas. What is a soul, and how have you determined a soul exists? I'll get into that in just a minute. Micah, we are very magical, actually. Yeah, I do. I agree with that. Jamie, thank you. I believe heaven is real, and I believe your loved ones come for you. I also believe your animals go to heaven too. That too, I have been told no animals don't go to heaven. Oh yes, they tch, yes, they most certainly do. Um, honey, I've seen animals go and come back. I've got animals myself that come and play, long past animals that come back and they run through my house. They're having a gale time. They're just playing and having a ball. They love it. Veritas, your personal opinion is not based on facts and evidence at all. I never said it was. Uh, okay, so you're getting into an attitude. Fuck the attitude. Get rid of the attitude. That cracks me up when people do that. It's like, why are you getting pissy? I've never said to me, okay, there are certain things that I do know that are fact, but I cannot prove them to you because they are not allowed to be proven yet in very specific reasons. The timing is not right for certain things. So to you, they're not facts because you are not able to see it. You are not able to have it validated for you in any way, shape, or form. To me, I know my experiences, what I have witnessed, what I have experienced, what I've held in my hands, what I've had my hands on, who I've spoken to, who I've been around. Those are real people, real entities, real beings. But I am not able to prove that to you. My evidence, I value my evidence. My evidence is the medical documentation. It is also, and I'm talking my ET experiences here, it is also taking photographic evidence because that is all the evidence that I can obtain. If I could obtain more, I've actually said on one of these live broadcasts, if I had an ET show up behind me, you would all freak out. And I've told them, I've actually begged them to do that. You've got to do this. And they're like, that's not going to happen. I'm like, yeah, I know that's not going to happen. But, you know, boy, wouldn't that make all the difference. Show up. excuse me, have them show up, touch touch me, you can see that it's real, have them disappear the second. And I don't have a goddamn way to use AI, so, it would be fucking real. Hardcore. But wouldn't that be a mind bender? I mean, talk about a viral video. Holy fuck. I've told them, you really want to do something like that. You know, walk in on somebody's live broadcast. I don't have a clue as to how to use AI for that shit. Not a damn clue. The only AI thing that I use is Facebook Meta AI for creating even remotely slightly close to what I have in memories. That's it. Um, yeah, Micah says maybe someday, Veritas. Totally. For the food, of course. Veritas, so many beliefs here that are not substantiated by evidence, logic, or reason. Well, if you're evidence based, then you're going to be sadly disappointed now, aren't you? In all of your life. Because evidence is not going to be happening anytime real soon. In the next 2 to 5 years, oh yeah. Actually, in the next year for some of it. So, um, learn to pay attention and learn to calm your shit down. How's that for an answer? If your belief, okay, Veritas, if your beliefs are not based on facts or evidence, why do you believe in such things? Oh, then you haven't been here the entire time, have you? I am an ET abductee. I'm 57 years old. I've been abducted my entire life. I am the surrogate mother of over 30 hybrid human ET children. You don't like that? Move along. I'm a psychic medium. I was a forced participant in SSP. If you don't know what SSP is, go look it up. Go look up uh, secret space programs. Also, look up Mars Defense Force. Uh, oh, no, I'm not saying that. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Um, I will not use that phrase. No fucking way in hell. Sorry, I just got told to say something specific. I'm not doing that. Um, I know people that have recognized me from when I was in my 30s and SSP. How is it that over 5 individuals can recognize me and I didn't recognize them until they said something specific and I went, oh, and then I had a flood of memories come back and I'm like, oh my God, we did that, 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 that. And they're like, yep, we did. We also did dit, dit, and more memory. And I'm like, holy shit. I remember you when you had long hair and your hair was dit, 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 dit. I'd be told also. I'm like, how the fuck did you? Oh my God. Well, yeah, okay. We did know each other. We did have conversations. I've seen people on board ship. Matter of fact, how is it that when I was 4 years old, I knew a man who was 22 years old who was on board ship with me? I met him again. I don't remember what fucking age I was, but I met him again in 2018. And I ended up being one of the members on his paranormal team. And when I realized who the fuck he was, I was like, "Oh my god. Oh my," and I couldn't figure out why I knew him, and then all of a sudden it hit me because I saw him from that memory when I was a child. And he had been on board that ET ship, and he was one of the adults that the ETs were controlling to control us kids and corral us kids because there was a large group of us kids. Explain that one to me, buddy boy, or girl, or whoever. It's probably, but anyway, I have a sneaking suspicion. But anyway, Black Dragon says, Veritas, your opinion isn't based on facts either. True. No one's is. Veritas, isn't it convenient that you can't prove what you say is real? Oh, fuck you. Truly, fuck you. I can prove what I can prove. That's it. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. I'm talking my experiences. If you don't like listening to somebody else's experiences, then move along. That's easy. Move the fuck along. Real easy. No, I can't. Do you know how upsetting that is to me? It's interesting too because the things that I talked about some of this on a show on Friday night. And guess what? One of the co hosts was a professional, licensed state counselor. That's how I'm going to say that. And she told me, "You're not crazy. You're an experiencer. You've experienced a lot of things. You're not crazy." She goes, "I deal with crazy regularly, every single day." She goes, "You're not crazy." How's that? People like you drive me nuts because you can't get beyond your own asshole. Veritas, truth fears no inquiry and truth can be demonstrated. Yeah, when it comes to paranormal, when it comes to ETs, it's a different fucking ball game. Micah, I wouldn't laugh out loud. Micah, I wouldn't be surprised because I know it's real. Yeah, many of us do because we've experienced it. I mean, hell, I've even experienced Sasquatch in my own fucking home many different goddamn times. Can I prove it? No. But if you're sitting at the time where I was when it was happening and you're in a 72, 73, 74-degree house or apartment rather, and you have an 8 foot, 9 foot portal open up right next to you, 3 feet from you, and you have ice cold, snowy mountain air come in at you, and you're like, what the hell is that? And the next thing you smell is garbage, and your garbage got taken out hours and hours and hours ago. And there's nothing in your home to create a garbage stink. And then you're smelling wet fur, like dog fur. And you're going, who's here? Because you're a psychic medium and you can feel the energy and you can smell the smell, and then they come back and they check on you many times per week for months on end at a time. And one came in smelling like feces on the fur, and it was a male, and I literally said, please go and bathe. Go and bathe. Wash your butt. Come back after you washed your butt. You know, came back, smelled like a long-haired, dry dog. Like, and it is what it is. If you don't believe, then why are you in this chat? If you think I'm some raving lunatic, why the fuck are you bothering to listen if you think I'm some raving lunatic? Just because I'm talking about my experiences. I'm usually here talking to people to encourage those who are dealing with ET abductions. I'm here to educate because the grand public has been full of shit with government programming. And I'm tired of it. So, and I kept getting told, God, Nikki, you've got so many fucking experiences. You need to talk about this. The public needs to know about this. Do you know how long it took me? From 2017 until 2022 to get my ass to be out here talking about this. I have been told since I've been 9 years old that I should be writing a book. 9 years old. Why would you tell a 9-year-old to write a book? Why? By the time I was 19, I had so many people telling me that I should be writing a book. And that was just on my experiences between my dad and my stepdad. Are you fucking kidding me? If you cannot handle what I'm talking about, whether it's the ET subject, whether it's the paranormal subject, whether it's the cryptids, if you can't handle it and you're all into everything has to be fact-based and proven and scientific this and then move along because this conversation isn't for you. And you're going to give me shit and crap about that I don't have evidence, that my opinion is, that's fine. It's an opinion. Opinion isn't fact. We all fucking know that. So what? These are my experiences that I am talking about. If they don't pertain to you, move the fuck along. Seriously. So what? You don't fucking believe. A lot of the world don't fucking believe, but a lot of them do. If you don't believe, get the hell out. I get it. You don't believe. You've made your fucking point. So have I. I do what I can to have the documentation that I have. I do what I can in order to provide some kind of evidence. I may not know the names of all the kinds of ETs I've seen, but I sure as fuck can describe every single one of them that I remember. And no, I have not done hypnosis regression. I think that's fine for everybody else. But in a court of law, you cannot use hypnosis. You cannot have someone on a stand in a court of law that has had hypnosis because that testimony will be thrown out. I get that. So these are all my memories as I am remembering them. Is what it is. This is what I've got. And one day I will be able to prove it. I already know that. Why do you think I get eventually called up in front of Congress? Whoops, forgot I did it again. I forgot to pop the lid. Okay, let's just keep it unpopped so that doesn't happen again. Point being, I get called up in front of Congress because there are, I keep saying two, but it's actually three. There are three names of military officers that I can name first, middle, last name, including what we used to call them in SSP. They are retired officers. And I can name them. I had one standing in front of me, screaming at me to my face, screaming how we were owned property by the US government, and that we each were costing them $380 million apiece. And we're owned. We were property owned by the US government. This is why I get called up in front of Congress. Do I know it's going to happen? Yes, I do, because I've been shown repeatedly as a psychic medium that it will happen. Do you know how much in the United States that shit has to change for the US Congress to make that as a demand? A demand for experiencers being in front of Congress, specific individuals to be in front of Congress. It will happen. I do not know when, but it will happen. And I will be there. And I will not do hypnosis regression because I do not want anything that I say to be misconstrued in any way. I want my experiences, and it's because of those 3 men that I can name. And it's because of that one officer that literally was screaming in my fucking face that we were owned property by the US government and that we were worth $380 million apiece. So then that leads into where did the money come from? How far into it? I mean, it goes into a wide range of things that they've got to look into. It will happen. It's still on that timeline. It will happen. But a lot of shit has to change in the government for it to happen. And we're in the process of that change. Why would we freak out? We know AI exists and seen. Would just add more answers, not jump straight to belief. Black Dragon Veritas, you wouldn't believe in facts. Even if it were proven to you, you would still deny it. True. People like this individual, yeah, completely agree. Veritas. That's your assumption. I want to believe in as many things as possible. Interesting, Veritas. I know somebody else that believes the way you do. You're brainwashed to deny all facts. It was pushed onto a very young age. Yeah, actually, it's been pushed upon all of us across worldwide. Black Dragon. Truly, it really has been. Why would you hold beliefs that don't have evidence? And why is questioning viewed as having an attitude? It's because of how you were talking. All these claims, can you demonstrate any of them to be true to an outsider? No. All I can talk about is what I have seen, what I've experienced. All I have are, well, gee, let's put it this way. Would you like to see a zygote from the toilet? When I lost one of my pregnancies, at the time, I seriously thought about scooping it out of the toilet and sticking it in the freezer, figuring out who to contact and finding a place to deep freeze it because that would have been evidence. Oh, that's going to get me to cry. Sorry, just a minute. I got to work on that. I've had 3 miscarriages of ET human hybrid infants, and they were all in the zygote phase. One was in the 90s, another one was in the 2000s, and the last one was in, sorry. Yeah, it happened. How is it you have someone or something speaking to you that you couldn't test it? Black Dragon, Veritas, how can you prove that you really exist? AI can fake every aspect of your life. Very true, Black Dragon. Whoops, hit another button. Veritas, how is it that you have discounted your memories of early childhood as accurate and jump right into your assumption? How can you judge others when you don't even know her? Which is you can't prove any of it. Card reading for me, please, says Joe. Ironworker, what the fuck is happening? Black Dragon, Veritas being a troll. Veritas, should people hold beliefs that can't be demonstrated to be true? And should other be oh, I just realized who the fuck you are. Oh, 2225, 1525. I just realized who you are. Let them. Black Dragon, let them. All very interesting questions, but all very interesting questions in the way of very specific kinds of people to discredit. Should people hold beliefs that can't be demonstrated to be true? Yeah, in some ways. Okay, so as much as I hate the CIA, go check out their website. Because believe me, I truly fucking hate those goddamn bastards. There are things that they do that, yeah, I do agree with. But the deep shit, I take great fucking issue with them. Goddamn bastards out of choice words. Because they've caused a lot of shit in my life. Um, that's all right. The ones that have been targeting me, they'll get theirs in the end, and I won't have a goddamn thing to do with it. I've already been shown what some of them will end up with, and I'm like, oh, God. I'll get blamed for that too, I suppose. Um, okay. Should people hold beliefs that can't be demonstrated to be true? So, in other words, you don't believe in paranormal. In other words, you don't believe in anything that I've talked about, which is fine. That's your choice. You have a choice. Everything in life is about choices. You, including, have a choice. You have a choice to believe anything you want to believe. If yours is all science based, then yours is all science based and that's what you choose to believe. But yeah, you are being a troll. It's how you're going about it. Um I have people who ask me this kind of stuff, but they don't get as intense as you are getting and as specific as you're getting. Usually the people that do the kind of things that you're doing I'm not going to say who you're with. Um, and should I think you mean others, and should others be convinced of personal revelation? You believe whatever you want, dear. Prove the paranormal exists. Why should anyone believe the paranormal exists? Go into CIA website. They've done all kinds of studies and then actually denied the evidence that they got. Isn't that fun? And yet, then turned around and turned it into corporate conglomerate turned over some of their stuff to corporate conglomerate. And that is interesting because none of that is put onto their website. But yet you can find it in other locations. Figure that one out. Just another government piece of shit way of doing things. Dino. Hello, Dino. Saying hi. Hi. Um, Black Dragon, you are walking on thin ice here, Veritas. Yep. Micah, no one is trying to convince you, but you are asking. More like bullying, Veritas. Yeah, very much being a bully and very much being government. And very much also being scientist. Because, gee, I know a couple of people that are just exactly like you. And one of them's government. The other one is definitely not. Very science oriented. Actually, more than just two. But anyway, excuse me, one is government. The other one is very science oriented and very ADHD, autistic type of thing. Um, Somebody else I know is very logical, sequential, concrete. How's the word? Concrete, the old 90s word. Concrete, sequential, very, everything has to be proven to the letter to them in the nth degree. They will not believe anything else. Um, Really fascinating, actually. All three, very, very fucking fascinating individuals. Um, yes, actually, I do. I don't talk about them. Do you know any reputable scientists that could back up any of the elements of your claims? Yes, I do. But do I talk about them? No, I don't. Because I try to keep them safe because most people that I know that have known me for some time get targeted. There's no fucking excuse for asshole government to be targeting my friends. So fuck them. And I don't mean fuck the friends. I mean fuck government. I'm sick and goddamn tired of their shit. With fucking with my friends and my family and me because of me. So that's what I say to that. Ironworker, are you being hunted? Yeah, I have been in the past. Veritas, yes, of course. Only an echo chamber here. Any real questions aimed at finding truth are discounted as trolling. No, it's all in how you're going about it. I have people all the time asking me all different kinds of questions, the same kind of things that you're asking me, but go about it very differently. You're very in my face about it, and you're relentless. And there are only certain kinds of individuals who are that relentless. And that's why it's considered trolling because of the intensity of it. Um, I'm here asking questions to see if I should believe. Yeah, bingo. There's the problem right there. Should is not a nice word. You're shoulding on yourself, as we used to say in the 1990s. Black Dragon, I call a troll a troll. You aren't after the truth. You want to cause trouble. Uh, Jamie says, Veritas believe. Uh, your questions are, let's see, Veritas is saying, you say troll, but all my questions have been genuine and aimed at finding truth. They're aimed at finding truth a very specific way. That's the problem. Go about it a different way. Oh, you're calling me that I'm having personal revelations? They're called experiences. Okay, so who got up your ass when you were at age 6 years old doing art? Who was the adult that shut you down? I require more than personal revelation. How do we tell the difference between someone who is telling the truth regarding an abduction and someone who has hallucinations? Oh, so are you saying that I am schizophrenic? I have lots of documentation that shows no, I'm not. I have doctors who actually believe. Matter of fact, I have an experience that I don't talk about very often with a doctor, actually, and I'm not going to out this doctor. I went in for a treatment, medical doctor, I might add. Went in for a treatment, had the treatment, and all of a sudden, as I'm getting up, standing up, um, I had an unexpected psychic hit. Didn't know who this person was. And I turned to the doctor and I said, I've not done this before, not to this extent. He looks at me kind of weird and I said, I've not told you this before, but I'm a psychic medium. And I literally just saw and I stated what I saw. And as I saw it, this is what I heard. I don't know what this means. I just know that I am supposed to tell you this. Stone cold face. However, what I felt from him was absolute, utter horror. Short time later, I got a thank you. I have no idea. I mean, I can only guess. I can only make an educated guess that I was correct, but I got a thank you. And the thank you was absolutely genuine. And the thank you that I got and I felt from him was I was spot on. I have no idea what I was spot on about. I repeated what I was told by my father at the time, who was my spirit guide, and I described the person that I saw, and I described numerous situations with the person, with everything that I saw. After that, when I told this doctor something very specific that had happened to me, he immediately believed me. He was the only one on the entire different doctors that I have experienced who actually believed me. And he's like, let's get you treated. And I was so stunned. I was like, you believe me? He goes, yeah, I have very good reason to believe you. That's when I sat down and I started crying. I said, thank you so much. And he goes, I know you're telling me the truth. So when you have a situation like that, that makes a really big impact. That's something I don't talk about very often. And I'm going to start crying again because it's a big deal. When you can prove to a medical doctor about very specific things. Now, I did come out prior to that to other doctors I had. I had just never come out to this specific individual by that point. And when I've talked to them since, they ask me specific questions That's a big deal. That's a really fucking big deal, folks. Um, when they're very into the sciences and you've just unexpectedly proven to them beyond reasonable doubt to them that you have abilities. Yeah, that's a big deal. Um, uh, enough. Tilly Togs. Oh my goodness, greetings from Ireland. Hello, Ireland. Hello, Tilly. It's nice to have you here. Uh, enough, Veritas. We're not discussing this anymore. Oh, Tilly, are you saying that Tilly Togs, you have an aura about you? Thank you, Tilly. I appreciate that. That could be both good and bad, but I hope it's good on what you see. Um, Veritas, how do you know you aren't mistaken or seeing things that aren't real? I've had too much proof of it. Do you know that early babies look very alien-like? I don't give two shits. Who do you mean? I am using the bucket system. What? Bucket system? Uh, Tilly talks. I knew he would cry. Yeah, I don't talk about that one very often. Um, Sang Sankar. Hello, my 18-year-old girlfriend just. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry. Uh, this is not time for this discussion. Um, Tilly talks Christians can't prove their belief. They're tossing around like, I tell you truth. I ask the same questions of people that believe in a God. Tilly talks CIA are dangerous. Yes, they are. Seems. Oh, good example, Black Dragon. I ask the same questions of people that believe in God. Black Dragon, the same science that says chemo is the best for cancer when its side effects matches radiation poisoning. Yeah, I have a number of friends who have cancer right now. Um, Amy, even if you don't believe the information, you can still observe and deduce patterns with it. Very true. Uh, I'm not reading that out loud. You're being a waste of time, Veritas. Tilly talks. I believe in God, but can't prove his existence. Yeah. Um, completely agree, Black Dragon. Brainwashed. Um, okay. Uh, just a second, Amy. I'm gonna deal with this one. Uh, Jan DT, you just mentioned your father used to be your spirit guide. Who is it now, may I ask? Um, sorry, I'm debating on whether to say that or not. Uh, Micah, have a beautiful night, y'all. Oh, night, Micah. It was really good having you here. Thank you for coming. Um, yeah, blessings to you, my dear. Um, having strong abilities is beautiful, but it isn't always easy. Very true. You get a lot of people coming in when they, or one coming in who's behaving badly. Amy, I can vouch that I have known Nikki since 2019, and she has never lied to me about anything ordinary. So, by that logic, why would she lie about anything? Okay, I'm going to repeat that again because my thing just went off and came back on and said you're reconnecting. Amy says, I can vouch that I have known Nikki since 2019 and she has never lied to me about anything ordinary. So, by that logic, why would she lie about anything else? Yeah. Okay. NetZ, I agree with that. Most important part of healthcare is not even the medicine, it's the listening. Yeah, you've got to be little Cam. Oh, honey, I haven't seen you in here. It's good to see you. I'm glad. Thank you for coming in. Glad to see you, dear. Um, yeah, I completely agree. Um, okay, now I got to scroll back up because there's a bunch of things that I've missed, and it looks like somebody else has moved on finally. Um, control all science, any scientific stuff of paranormal if it existed. Yeah, there actually is. Rocking. Okay, question. Which system is better? 10 family run shops selling 10 different types of shirts, business buying all of them to make a single oct. Oh, I don't have the brain for that right now, sweetie. Rocking Killer X-21. I don't have the brain for that tonight right now. Sorry. I'm going 3 hours 59:19. I've been on too long. Yeah, hit me with questions like that at the beginning. Otherwise, did not happening. Um, Taurus, why would uh-huh. Amy says, as in, I have experienced some things outside the realm of sciences, but I question them all the time. Daily. Yes, she does. I can verify and vouch for that. Yes, she does. The realm of science. Science is a method at explaining the natural world. How is it outside of science? Irrational is trying to push others into your illusion. How would you define science? I would consider it a form of repeated observation to formulate a result. Black Dragon, thank you, Amy. Dragon, nowadays, science is whoever pays them the most for their results. Yes, it is, Black Dragon. Science is that bad, corruption is. Yep. Okay. Moving on. All right. Jen, no, no, you're fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to ask something out of. No, you did not ask anything out of line. You are totally fine. Just happened upon your chat just now, and here I find myself. May I ask then how long you've been able to communicate with spirits? All my life. Um, well, since you're new to my channel, I hope you like, share, or like and subscribe at least if you don't aren't interested in sharing it. But um, so I'm a psychic medium. I've seen spirits even when I was in the cradle because I went from cradle to crib to bed. Um, yep, just to subscribe. Thank you. Appreciate that. Um, I didn't understand it when I was an infant. I didn't understand it as a kid. It stopped. Uh, okay, so here's the other side of this. I'm also sorry. I've got my cane here. I'm just trying to do things that will help my back, and my back is freaking out. So, and at least my red cheeks aren't red anymore, which means the pain level's down quite a bit. So that's at least something. Oh God, here we go again. Sorry, I try to mute myself when I can feel a burp coming. Anyway, so uh, I'm a lifelong ET abductee as well. That's also fun. Uh, I have memories of being 8 years old and being abducted by government men and forced into what was called my labs, military laboratory, and electric cattle prod, tortured basically to try to break me mentally, and they couldn't. I remember two military officers yelling and screaming at each other about me. There were a total of 5 of us kids, so there were 4 of us in the room, and we were all tortured until we broke, and they couldn't, for whatever reason, couldn't break me. So they put me in as a pilot, or started me in as teaching me how to fly. Um, I've had all kinds of experiences. I've had really bad experiences with my dad. I had really good experiences with my dad. Most of my experiences with my dad were really, really fucking good. Um, my mom and dad divorced when I was 2. My mom took me and went into hiding. Um, we hid out from my dad because my mom thought he was going to try to kill her, because he did try to kill her once. So I've got quite a life. My stepdad was very much into protecting us, and he did an excellent job. He was one of the first frogmen, seals, whatever you want to call it, before there were seals. He was on all kinds of missions. Um, he and my mom married when I was 3. Um, he disappeared because he went on a mission that broke him mentally, and he was released from service after that mission, and he and my mom were in love. I mean, like, hardcore. I mean, they knew each other when they were teenagers, okay? Um, he was very protective of my mom in every way possible. Heartbroken when she married my dad. My mom and dad's marriage was basically, as my mom called it, trying to remember the exact words, a whatchamacallit marriage, I can't think of what the hell it's called. Um, where you have two people that are set up by family, an arranged marriage. There we go. I see. I'm tired. I'm tired now. 4 hours into this, and it's starting to, my brain's starting to get rummy. But basically, she called it an arranged marriage between the two families. The fact that after my dad died, he and I actually were starting, just before he died, he and I were starting to work on repairing our relationship because there were a number of things that weren't quite right. And by that stage in his life, he was going through AA because he was a drunk, and I do mean that. He was a hardcore alcoholic, and it affected a great many aspects of his life. He remarried. He had a third marriage. I didn't even know my mom. I always, for years, thought my mom was his first marriage. No, she was his second. Um, and you go from that to where he was drinking heavily, and at one point, he literally tried to kill my mom by strangling her, and she got the fuck out, and she took me, and we went into hiding for almost 2 years. And by that point, the divorce was final, and my mom was terrified because he was allowed visitation rights, and she was terrified that he was going to kidnap me and we would be gone. Black Dragon, good night, Nikki. It's 4 a.m. here. Much love and respect to you. Yeah, it's you're 2 hours ahead of me. It's 2:09 a.m. here, so I understand that. Much respect to you too. Thank you, Black Dragon, for coming in. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Missed you, dear. Anyhow, so yeah, that was part of my life. Um, you have that going on, a regular life. I mean, that was my life. Um, and I know where we were. The only thing is I do not remember the apartment. We lived in an apartment. My mom had some very wealthy friends, and um, one of the parents of the very wealthy friends and family had uh, a warehouse. Thank you, Mom. Yeah, she knows I'm getting tired. Um, have they had a we're talking mega money here, people. Okay. Um, quite honestly, I think that if it weren't for this family, that my mom and that that my mom and I my mom probably would have been dead, and I don't know what would have happened to me. Um, because a lot of things done that were really detrimental. So much so, and it's interesting because over the course of my adult life, I worked on my relationship with, well, periodically worked on relationship with my dad. But before my dad died, I started working on the relationship that I had with my stepmom, and she and I became friends. I really miss her. I she stayed with my dad until he passed. They had a God, it was more than a 20-year marriage. I think it was close to 30, if I'm not mistaken. It took a lot. My mom didn't understand any of that. She was not too much of a happy camper about it. I worked on just before my dad died. He was in AA and was making amends. And my mom didn't want anything to do with him. I don't blame her. Can't say as I blame her. But it was after my dad passed that he and I really worked on our things. And he eventually, because my grandmother was my spirit guide for a huge chunk of my life. Um, and I didn't even know that that was possible. I didn't know that I always believed that, yeah, we had spirit guides, but I didn't know that you could have family members that can become a spirit guide. I hadn't, that was a total mind trip when I found that out, that my dad, and who told me that? When I met James Van Prague in Seattle, he was doing oh God, what fucking year was that? I can't remember what year that was. I don't remember if it was 2015. No, it must have been 2016 or 27. No, wait a minute. Oh God, somewhere between 2016 and 2018. Uh, it was February because it was a birthday gift because I really wanted to go see him, and the tickets to the event. He was at a convention, a psychic. I call it a psychic convention. That's not what it was. It was a bunch of folks, really famous folks, actually. And he was awesome. Um, Steve Nova. So happy birthday! Oh, thank you. But it's February. It was in February. Um, AFAX. Where are you from? Washington State. And so uh, I was standing in the book line, and he said, "Your dad wants you to know that he's your spirit guide." He's the one who told me because I was so oblivious. I was so stressed out that day because of my body. I was having a lot of back pain. I was having a lot of problems walking, and to stand waiting in line, just I was so exhausted by that point. And he said, "You need to meditate," and he was right. And I went somewhere about 20 to 30 feet away from where James was, Mr. Prague was, and Prague, at the stand where they were doing the book signings and things. And I think I've got 2 of his books that are signed by him. Lovely man. Really liked him. His energy is just phenomenal. And I don't know how he did it back then. It was just, that's my favorite accent in the United States. Oh, good God. I don't have a clue. Uh, I take that back. I do have a clue. I'm not saying it publicly. Oh, that's an interesting. That is a very interesting question. Didn't expect that reaction from me at all. How old are you? I am 57. You're from Steve, no, from Holland. Helo Gun. Yeah. Hey, little Kim. Love America. AFAX. I love American. Yeah. So, and I'm West Coast versus East Coast. East Coast has a different accent, has a different sound. Um, Here's something that'll get you. The way you pronounce WATER will change across the United States, West Coast, Midwest, Southern states, East Coast. Water. Water. I have to really pronounce that. I have to really focus. Or washing. Washing. Washington. That's how you tell a Washingtonian. You really want to know? There you go. Uh, yeah, Jen says, I'm Aquarius and 56, a native New Yorker living in LA. I get it. There was a lady that I used to know back in the 90s. She was a professional photographer from New York, and she moved to Seattle, Washington. She goes, it's a hell of a difference here. There's a major difference between East Coast and West Coast. Little Cam says, laugh out loud. 23 in Capricorn. Yeah, I'm 57 and a Pisces, double Pisces. So I get it, folks. I freaking get it. Anyway, before all of that got going in the chat, so yeah, my dad became. We worked on our. I know we worked a lot because he was talking to me a lot, and I'm like, oh, Dad. And eventually, my grandmother. Oh yes, Amy just put in there. Okay, this is a city in Washington, west side of Washington State. It's a city uh, called Puyallup, but a lot of people, that's not how they pronounce that one. Puget Sound is actually Puget Sound. Illawa. Oh God, there's so many names I could. Yeah. Anyway, but Washington is usually how you tell a true Washingtonian. It's how they say it. The ones that are born and raised in Washington State. Yeah. Oh, see, now I'm doing it. Anyway. Um, yeah. Anyhow, so Dad and I worked really long and hard on our relationship, and he was right by my side a lot of the time. Um, Funny thing is that oh, sweetie, you can speak like London accent, like Australia accent, please, madam. I've got Australian friends. I can't even. The only time I can do them is when I'm in front of I can't do it otherwise. Um, let's see. Washington, New Mexico, and Louisiana have the craziest town names. Yeah, I gotta say. Well, Washington has a lot of Native American towns. Have whoa. Anybody else see the crazy light on the son of a bitch? What the hell is with the neck? Okay, the little piece of leather that I've got here, I have never seen a piece of leather with an aura around it. I'm actually seeing an aura around the leather going around. Whoa, that's a trip and a half. Holy shit. Sorry, I've never seen that before. I've seen auras before, but that's a mindset to me. Um, Jan, this might sound weird, but since you weren't aware that a relatives had been your spirit guides, could a guide be an animal? Yeah. Hell, an ET can be a spirit guide. I've got a living, I call it spirit guide because I don't know what else to fucking call her. I've got I call her a spirit guide, but she's a living, breathing ET at an extremely long distance. And I've been told by other psychics that I've got at least two spirit guide. Whoa, hello. Spirit guides who are ET souls. Finish that sentence before this happens. Holy shit. Someone's trying to hit me with energy. Well, now isn't that fun? Um, Amy says, if you want to know my accent, sounds like just like the Pope Leo, just like, okay, just listen to Pope Leo. God, I can't speak. Who is Pope Leo? Oh, it's the new Catholic Pope, I believe. I haven't been paying attention, so I think that's who she's talking about. Anyway, so, uh, AFAX, where are you from again? I forgot already. Sorry, I do apologize. Anyway, so back to the family stuff. I mean, at the time that I had all of the stuff going on when I was 2 years old, and the mother and the father situation with their lives, I had a situation of my own. My mother and I were being abducted while she was pregnant with me. Excuse me, and she God, that's driving me nuts. Okay, I have to. Excuse me. I have to break in the Coca-Cola, and I do not want to be drinking this stuff, but it's the only thing that's going to help with this. Mm. Sorry, guys. Okay, guys and gals. Um, so basically, uh, we were being abducted. So while my mom was going through all of that with my dad, she and I were being abducted on a regular basis. I don't have any memories of that. None of it. Um, my mom didn't either. I mean, she never fucking talked about any of it, but she was always interested in aliens and space and science, just like my grandfather was. Um, and I have since learned that um, basically my dad was not allowed on spirit side. My dad was not allowed to tell me that I was being abducted. It was something that I was supposed to find out on my own. I mean, he could have gotten into a great deal of trouble on the other side. How and why, I can only imagine. I mean, I can make assumptions, but unless he tells me directly, I'm not gonna say why. But or I'm not going to jump to a full on assumption on my part because I haven't been told by him. Um, but yeah, mom and I were being abducted. My first memory of being abducted with my mother was when I was 5 years. Oh my God, 5 years old. A year later, after that incident of the Butterfly Nebula. Yeah, somebody's hitting me. I had to write the time down. 2:25. Um, I'm being hit with a low frequency D weapon. It's making me really fucking lightheaded. Wow. Yeah, and I know this is not medical. This is a do. The only time I get like this, wow. Holy shit. Wow. That's fucking mind bending. 8 today, so it's officially the ninth. Oh, now isn't that fun? Go get 'em, boys and girls. Go get 'em. The one that pushed the trigger. Now, I will say that. Go get 'em. Do more than slap their hands. Ugh, doesn't mean I say kill. It's, no. Just go get 'em. Anyway, stuff. 1, 2, 3. Hello, stuff. How you doing? Welcome to my crazy live broadcast. Let's see. I'm an ET abductee, a psychic medium, and I deal with paranormal on a daily basis, and I deal with being targeted on a regular basis, daily usually, and I deal with all kinds of cryptids, including Sasquatchy, also known as Bigfoot. But dear God, don't fucking call them a Bigfoot to their face. Oh my God. Bad idea. Really bad idea. It's extremely offensive to them. Um, Moham City? Is that what that is? Simkadara. I'm not repeating that. Anyhow, so yeah, this is why I was told to write a book. Uh, when I was 9 years old, 10 years old. How are you doing? Lightheaded right now, but that's because I'm being hit with a dew weapon. That fun. Anyhow, um, and I just got told why I'm being targeted. Very interesting. Yeah, they're trying to affect my heart. Okay, guys, just a second here. It's gonna take me a minute. Oh, who wants a card reading? Little Kim, I have a pre-birth memory of my soul traveling through the matrix, and all I saw was gamma rays that are varying shades of blue in nature. And I was traveling as what seemed like a million miles per hour. Yep. Little Kim, I fully agree with you, dear, because I've had very similar things. That's why when the person who was being a troll, but yet asking logical questions, just doing it very inappropriately, um, what I wasn't going to say when he was in the chat, I have memories of some things that are very similar. I have memories of before planets were planets, essentially. Um, Pretty freaking incredible. Great big lake of souls. Only thing that even comes close to it that reminds me of it is TV show Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Deep Space with Odo, the character named Odo. It didn't look anything like that though. But yeah, that's the kind of things that I remember. Um, I remember different councils, hierarchy councils. I remember different angels. I remember before there was Fae on any planet. There were interdimensional, what I could only classify as interdimensional because it was just how it was. Everything was alive, it was living, and it was just, very different. Very different than what we can even think of now. I mean, it's a mind bender when you start having memories of that. It's like, holy shit. And then you come across other people, and it doesn't happen very often. When you come across those people, hold on to them because, um, as long as the relationship is healthy or as healthy as it can be, hold on to them because I kid you not, those people, if they're having those kind of memories, that's a big damn deal. There's not a lot of us that remember it. Amy, I recall one that was blue-green, but not any kind of blue-green I have seen here. Exactly. I mean, we've talked about that, Amy. We've talked about some of the things that I've seen, some of the things that you've seen, things that you remember. Um, how do you prove any of that? It's like what Veritas was. How do you prove it? Well, you can't. Not in this lifetime, anyway. Things are not. Some things just. Our human sciences in the ET world, we are considered infantile. Infants, children. That's what I've been told by numerous different kinds of ET. We are children in their minds. Our sciences are very beyond basic to them. That speaks volumes. So, um, Great Legend 3787. I don't think you know what you talking about. Well, let's see. ET abductee of 57 years. I'm an abuse survivor. I'm not schizophrenic. I've been told that I'm not, that I'm an experiencer, that I've had very real experiences, and I have a great look outlook on things. And I have a very strong belief in uh, fact finding and being able to. But if I can't prove it, I can't prove it. That's just how it is. All I've got are my own experiences, and I document as much of my life as I possibly can, and I never understood why I had to document it. I just knew that was one of my missions. I have things from my childhood where I had journals. I was writing. When I could start writing and understood how to write, I was writing. And I was documenting different aspects of my life. I have letters from my dad. I have letters from girlfriends from when I moved from Seattle into the Skagit Valley in Washington State, because we kept in contact. Um, do they have those letters of mine? I doubt that highly. I could be very wrong, but I doubt that highly. Um, wow. Okay, they're upping it. 235. They increased it. Fucking hell. I hope you assholes rot. I really do. I hope your souls get into some very serious trouble for doing the shit that you're doing. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it just gets, sorry, I'm being hit with a D weapon. That's what that's all about. If those that are just coming in, that's making me lightheaded as fuck, and it's like, it just increased. Oh, I wonder if I can do that while I'm live on air. Let's see. Let's find out. Oh, this might get real interesting, and this might get shut down. And it won't be by me. Okay, let's find out. We'll find out if I can do this or not. I know I can do it without being watched. But I don't know if I can consciously do it while I'm being watched. So I just hope they never resort to doing what they did to Tori Smith too. Oh, are you talking about a forced heart attack and an unaliving? Yeah, they've tried to do that shit with me, but in different ways. And now I've got two doctors who believe what the fuck is going on with me. Two medical doctors who are like, yeah. So they highly recommend me using things like the castor oil to stop the skin from being fried, the microwave weaponry that's been used on me. Um, yeah, so they highly recommend. Oh, goddamn, just a minute. Mm. So I gotta do that. I gotta do. Yeah, because usually when I get hit like this, I start having memory, not memory issues per se, but I can't get my brain to get words, so they affect my language. What they're trying to do is getting me to forget, uh, and it's not working. Um, Getting me to forget the book and the documentation in the book, but I have those memories locked down. They're locked down in such a way that, and I got taught by one of their own how to do that. So not only have I been trained by one of their own, because of SSP, I got trained by SSP, who were professionals at the time. Oh, you motherfuckers. Okay, that's actually hitting into my right ear. Um, and so it gets real interesting. Um, so yeah, it's like I actually had government asshats in Astral in my home, and I got so pissed off because typically, and I just saw that. Typically, I just had a spirit cross through the wall, right in front of my bed, actually. Um, and he'd come in, and a lot of times I just ignore him now because that's what they want. They want to know if I'm watching or if I'm really paying attention and what fucking happens or not. Well, this time around, I said, fuck you. Who the hell do you think taught me? I was like, your own. I said, I've got rank. I've got a fucking rank in SSP. I know what my rank is. I know what my call signs were. I know what all my stuff was. I know all of that. I remember all of that. And you think you outrank me? Are you fucking kidding me? And I said, you are a peon. You're a goddamn motherfucking peon. I'm like, I go farther into deep state than you do. That's what it's like being an SSP. Or for those who were doing 20 and back and all that stuff. Oh, God, that's a whole other fucking subject. But anyway, I never did any of that. I was a pilot in SSP. I'm the one that got the boys and the women out. Um, and I had a motherfucking asshole officer put my partner in front of me and murder him, have him murdered right in front of my fucking face. So, you think I'm not angry? Oh, yeah, I want to see him. I have choice words. I have choice words for people like that fucker. And yet that asshole got everything that he wanted in his rank later on, retired later. I have no problem with our military. I have real problem with the motherfuckers that go into SSP and are part of that because they turn into goddamn nightmares. Real fucking nightmares. Not every single one of them, but a huge majority of them do. And this one pisses me off up one side and down the goddamn other because he ends up with not just his rank, but every pay, every bit of his fucking pay, and then every bit of outside pay that has nothing to do with regular military. So not only was he regular, I'm getting told to shut up. I'm not shutting up. It really fucking pisses me off because we, as children, were slaves to these fuckers. I'm not okay with that. I am absolutely not okay with that. And they tortured us. There were numerous ones of us where we were tortured to get into a position. I'm not okay with that. So I have zero issue. I have so many people that I love and care about that are military. Many that have crossed on, that have died and have crossed over. Love them to pieces. My stepdad I still love to this day, and he's on the other side. Love my dad. Didn't even know he was Air Force until after he died, and my stepsister sent me his Bible. Had his military stuff, and I was like, "What?" I had no fucking clue. Nobody fucking told me. Nobody told me shit. There's so many goddamn secrets in my family. I didn't know a lot of this stuff. They just didn't talk about it. Goddamn, they didn't fucking talk about a goddamn thing. I didn't find out about a lot of stuff until I was after 22 years old. Not okay with that either. Really not okay with that either. Um, I didn't even know I had an uncle until I was 10. I didn't know my mom had a brother. But to use a program such as Gates program, such as the GATE program, as a gateway into SSP for some children, I'm not okay with government doing that. And I'm talking about my personal experiences with the GATE program that then went into SSP, forced into SSP. I'm not okay with that. And I know that the GATE program does not do that with all children. I get that. I understand that. But it did with me. And that's not okay. It's not okay to treat children like that. And it's that way on many different levels. And it's only in the last few years that the public is finding out about, say, Epstein and all this shit that's going on in Hollywood. Horrific things. I know men and women who were known as presidential models. They were the fucking play toys in those parties, people. They were the sex toys. That's what they're considered. Presidential models. That's what they were considered. Sex toys. You want to talk about some heavy hitting shit? You get into that fucking nightmare. Because those folks were drugged, hypnotized, and given orders. There are people that I know, I can't even. Now I'm starting to shake. I'm getting really upset right now. You want to talk about anger? You talk about that kind of anger to where, say, now this is not my experience, this is somebody else's experience. They were missing for months and months at a time and didn't even know that they had gotten married. That's fucking huge. That's huge. Only to find out that they were part of this horrific thing. I mean, that's huge. And that shit is still going on. Hey, Brian. Brian Ferguson. Strong Army Ranger. Right on. Right the fuck on. I know men and women, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and then some. Rock on. Thank you for your service, sir. I don't care how old you are. Thank you for your service. Like I said, I don't have a goddamn problem with regular folk. Not one bit. Although I do have a problem with what's going on right now, but that has nothing to do with you guys. That has to do with different ballgame. But I take great issue with what the deep government has done. I take great issue with it because it is so fucking vile. 525 on the numbers. What they have done is truly, truly vile. And they have used slave labor to do it, children to do it. And I get why they've done it, because children are pliable. That's not okay. For those that have just entered, my name is Nikki Jacobs. I am a psychic medium. I'm an ET, lifelong ET abductee. I'm 57 years old. I was also part of the secret space program, forced participant in the secret space program. I was a pilot. I have very specific memories, and I have people that have recognized me. If you don't believe, that's totally fine. I get it. I get why you don't believe. Understood. That's how it is, though. Um, Little Cam, Project Pegasus is wild when looking deep down the rabbit hole. Barry Sotoro and Andy Basaggio go heavy. 3 Ultra Magnus, sure pal, laugh out loud. Well, that's fine. You don't have to believe. I don't care if you do or you don't. Um, okay. See, I've missed some. Uh, Little Cam, just hope they never resort to doing what the. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I took notes on that book that you provided, like it being 14 inches thick and whatnot. I kept an eye out for crazy government stuff like that. I love the CIA World Fact Book. Yeah, gets real interesting. I believe. Please continue. Okay. Hang on a second, guys. I've been almost 5 hours into this. I've got to readjust again. Hopefully I don't scream. Mhm. Oh, it's getting worse. Getting Oh, and the frequency stopped. Well, I'll be damned. I didn't even realize that until just now. I need to write that down. Um, Hang on a second, guys. I gotta make note of this. Now I'm smelling rubber. The kind that are on tires. Um, like somebody's just burned rubber. That's interesting smell. Can't honestly say I've smelled that before, unless I've been around burning rubber tires. You look really, really familiar. Damon knows? Damon. Well, I've had 626 on the numbers. I've had people from SSP and from onboard ET ships recognize me. Different size, of course. I was a different size back then, but yeah, I've had a lot of people remember me. A lot of people. I'm actually really rather shocked and surprised by how many people have recognized me. Um, okay, noticing the time, just making sure what time it is. Anyhow, did not expect to go nearly 5 hours tonight. It's a long fucking night, guys and gals. Anyway, so being an ET abductee and going through these experiences and um, having a mother who was living her life and trying to escape an abusive marriage and being an abductee and not remembering it and um, me remembering at 4 years old the what I knew as the Infinity Galaxy that in 2019 I learned was called the Butterfly Nebula. Um, going through life, just living regular daily life. And you're living a regular daily life, but you're a full on ET abductee. And they start uh, forcing your body to be pregnant at 13 years old with an ET human hybrid. And I will tell you flat out, those are my kids. I will fight to the death for my kids. Period. Um, and I have actually. I had in oh God, Amy, if you're still around, what the hell year was it? Um, 20, 2020, end of 2020, beginning of 2021, I think. Um, I think I really have to go back and figure out the time frame. I've got it all fucking written down, but um, well, yeah, one of my hybrid kids needed me and had ETs walk into my home saying, "Nick, whoops, damn it, I did it again." There we go. Saying, "Nikki, you got to come with this right now," and I'm like, "Why the fuck am I coming with you? Your son is dying. We need your blood." And I'm like, "Take whatever you need. Just keep me alive. I want to know my son makes it." And they kept me for, God, numerous frickin' days. Sounds about right, says Amy. Okay, thank you, Amy. Um, yeah, I don't remember the actual full-on timeline. Really have to go back in and look because I know it was after 2019, and I know it was after the beginning of the pandemic. And I know that it was somewhere between 2020 and 2021. Sorry, this is gonna look gross, but oh God. Okay, no, not that. I'm gonna shake it a little bit more. This stuff is really awesome. Um, Looks horrible, but tastes pretty fucking good. Mm. Oh, that'll help. um, anyway, it's a number of juices put together. Here we go again. Sorry, guys. Um, 626 on the numbers. Oh, this is interesting. And I'm going to have to plug in here pretty quickly, which means buzzing, uh, which I hate, but I'm down at 23% on my phone. So basically, what the fuck was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So they kept me. There's some kind of time dilation on board ships. I do not understand that. I just know that when you're on board a real ET ship, the kind where the metal is living conscious metal, um, when you're on board those ships, there's some kind of time dilation. I don't understand that. I've had people who are in the sciences try to explain that to me. Excuse me. Good God. And I don't, to this day, I still don't, I don't grasp it. I mean, I got it, but I don't retain it long enough. Point being, I was on board for more than 10 days, 10 days. If memory serves me, I was on board for 12 or 13 days. Um, that said, he was pretty well, he'd gotten into my hybrid son had gotten into a very, very bad fight and was literally in the process of dying. So when I was, excuse me, when the ETs came and got me, I literally got up out of my computer chair and I went, let's go, 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 go. Just get the fuck out of my way. Because I knew that I needed to lay down in bed, and the second my head literally hit the pillow, they had me out and I was gone. And I remember waking up on a table, on a slab. I remember seeing certain kind of light over us. And I remember looking over at my son and I remember asking in my head, because we're all telepathic, how's he doing? Is he living? Is he making it? He'll live. And it was a huge sigh of relief from all the ETs that were in the room that were talking to me, because by this point, um, I had been there for multiple days. They had me up with all kinds of, I call them IVs. I don't know what else to call them. They had me hooked up to him. They had some kind of fluid going into me. And there's something to do with the time. Ouch, there's something to do with the time frame with humans. Oh, I thought somebody was knocking on my door. Sorry. And it's somebody in the the other room, doing stuff on a. Uh, anyway, so here I am, and I'm turning over, and I'm looking at him, and I have this image in my head of my boy, my human hybrid son, and I'm like, just Is he going to be okay? And there was this huge sigh of relief in the ET that responded to me in his voice. And the ET to me is like a father. This specific ET is like a father figure to me because hello, I fucking have known him since since I was born, essentially. Um, and for the most part, God dang it, for the most part, he's always kept me safe um, on board the ship. I don't know how else to say that. But he's also one that I've fought with verbally quite often, just like a father-daughter fight. I laugh about it. It's funny, but it's not funny at the same time. How do you say that? And seriously, how the fuck do you say that? 5 hours. 5 hours, 46 seconds. God, can't believe I've gone this long. But anyway, I guess this is just one of those things that gonna be. Um, so they told me that he would be okay, he would live, and if it weren't for me being so willing, they didn't know what to expect coming to me. I'm like, this is my child. As a mother, you fight for your kids. I don't care if my kid is a human kid or a human ET hybrid kid. I will fight for my kid. And now that I know that I've got grandkids, grandbabies, well, they're not babies, but now that I know that I've got grandchildren, hybrid grandchildren, I was so excited when I found that out. I was so incredibly excited when I found that out. And then I was like, I want to see my grandbabies. I want to see oh my God, I want to see my grandbabies. And I don't think I'll be allowed, but when they're adults, yeah, it's very possible. Um, and I was shown them, I was telepathically shown my grandbabies. I don't know how else to explain that. How else do you explain how you're shown your grandchildren from your hybrid grandchildren from an ET? How do you explain that? It's almost like a movie scene. That's the only way I can describe it. It's almost like it's. Um, I have a lot of grandchildren, and it was really. I don't just have one or two. I've got quite a few grandchildren. Well, you got to remember, my oldest. Um, oh, fuck, do this every goddamn time. Just a second. I think she's 43. Uh, that means I got to think of how old I was. Okay, hang on one second. I hate doing math. God, I hate fucking math. So important. Everybody I know loves math. I'm not a math lover. Um, there we go. Okay, so um, oh, Veritas, you're sitting and listening. Good, good, good. Oh, that's not right, Nikki. Just a second, guys. My brain just fucked up. Okay, let's do this again. That's 3. That goes down to, that can't be right. There we go. Yeah, she's 43. Fucking hell. God, I hate math. When you hate it as much as I do, and the reason I hate it all stems right back down to a childhood situation due an abuse issue in debt fund. Um, because I was literally beaten at a daycare by the daycare provider for doing math. Um, and I'm dyslexic. So you add all of that together, and I'm not usually dyslexic with numbers, it's usually words. And since being targeted with these fucking do weapons, Um, it affects the retrieval aspect. I had my dyslexia under control really fucking well. And in 2021, what I noticed is they started stealing my words from me. Um, you had to step away, but of course, figured. I was wondering why you had disappeared. Um, but yeah, the targeting, they expect the targeting to decrease my memory. No, what it's done is it's fucked with my language. I was a very pretty good in eloquent speaking, uh, pretty business-esque and all of that. And what's happening now is they're trying to make it look like, oh, she's delusional, she's this, she's I'm not fucking delusional. I've had numerous people tell me that I'm not. Um, I've had a couple of counselors tell me that I'm not. Uh, hardcore professionals too. Um, I mean, like really fucking hardcore professionals. I've had military men and women know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've had all these individuals, including people who do very much love science and very, very much love mathematics and don't understand why I hate it. I don't hate science. Matter of fact, when I was growing up, I wanted to be an archaeologist. I wanted to be an oceanographer and very much into hell. I even had, when I was in my 20s, I had people telling me, oh, fuck that shit, not just this. I had naturopathic doctors telling me I needed to get my ass into Bastyr College. College. See, there we go. Fucking hell. Get my ass into Bastyr College because of the items that I was making. I was heavily into herbals and things of that nature. Um, and I was creating my own herbal recipes, and they were like, "You need to fucking market this." Like now, I still have those recipes. I've had doctors and nurses when my mom was in and out of hospital a lot between 2019 and 2022. Yeah. We had 2 years of absolute fucking nightmare hell. And I had doctors and, well, I had nurses. I had, oh my God, I had close to like 18, 19, 20 nurses that found out that because the rumor spread about what I was doing. I got the doctor's permission to use the creams that I was putting on my mom's legs to put on my mom's legs. They didn't want, and I'm like, can I please at least show you this one section of what it's like before and after? And I was allowed that. They didn't want me using anything on my mom's legs, and I was allowed that. And I proved to the doctor the difference. And he's like, yeah, okay, go ahead and use it. We'll stop using this if you use that. And I'm like, okay, I'm here 24/7 anyway, might as well. Till I had my own medical crisis because, hello, can't be there 24/7 and not have a medical situation of your own. And my mom had spent by that point, well, not by that point, but by the point that I was using the stuff on her legs, she, yeah, mom ended up being there for 2 weeks that time. Um, and the first week was in the ICU. They didn't think she was going to make it. Um, so the the nurses found out that the doctor allowed it, or that this one particular doctor allowed it. and he wrote it up in her medical records, and I started using it on my mom's legs, and within 24 hours, there was a major fucking significant difference. So the nurses then started asking, "What is this stuff that you make up?" And I'm like, "It's like 10 different products put together, but in the right order." And one of them started using this lotion that I made up. It basically became a barrier. And one told another, told another, told another, and they all started coming in and said, "Can I get a little bit of that lotion? My hands are like fried because of having to use because every time they enter and exit, they have to use uh, hand sanitizer. I couldn't think of what it was called, hand sanitizer, and it was killing their hands, badly killing their hands. And so, and Veritas, I'm ignoring you right now. So I will get to your questions, but not until after it's my time. Um, and so because you are a disruption. Um, so they all started coming in. Can I get a little bit of it? I've heard about this and I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So I basically the following day made up a new batch and made up one just for the nurses, and they all came in, and um every one of them, they wanted to see and feel what it was like, and they were like, "Can," and what I was gonna do for them, because they took such excellent care of my mom at that hospital, and they had a nightmare of a situation with, because that hospital at that given moment in time, uh, this was in beginning of 2020. It was at the end of 2019 into the beginning of 2020. So it was before the shutdown in March in Washington State. And it was before they could figure out that my mom basically had COVID 3 times before COVID even became registered as COVID. And they kept telling me she's going to die, she's going to die. Da, 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 da. My mom survived all the times that she had COVID. And because of her allergy, severe, dire allergy to PEG, she couldn't have any of the shots or anything. None of it. Every time she had COVID, she lived through it, and they always told me that she's gonna die. She's gonna die. No, she fucking not. I knew she wasn't. There was only one time that I actually believed my mother would die. Um, And I was so upset that my entire family from the other side literally prevented me from getting dressed to go to the hospital, and they physically well, in the ethereal, physically stood around me and stopped me, and they're like, "You need to stop. You need to listen to all of us." My great uncles, my grandmother, her mother, my father, they were all there. And they're like, "We will watch her. We will take care of her. We know the kind of protection that you do." And that was when I said, I you and angels, I want an extra layer of protection because this is crazy shit. And they knew the decisions I had to make. There were a lot of really tough decisions. So this was um, before all of that shit went down. Okay. She was in the hospital on 3 separate occasions, and it was COVID each time, only we didn't know it was COVID at that time. And my mom's legs had swelled to balloons. I mean, they were just you couldn't even recognize her fucking feet, her toes. And her skin was really fucking bad. I mean, it was just awful, just horrific. And so I put together things that I knew that worked for me and I knew that I had tested already on her legs, and so I was already using different lotions and things. And I had put this together, and here these nurses are, and I ended up making this one, and I just kept a bottle for them and kept a container for my mom. And the nurses, I so badly wanted to make like somewhere between 15 and 20 containers, give one to every single one of those nurses that came in. They were awesome. They were absolutely phenomenal with my mom. And they told me exactly um, why they loved the product so much, and it was basically protect a skin barrier, and it was protecting their skin, and they were absolutely awestruck by it. And it was a bunch of different products I put together in a very specific amount and a very specific order, and I added very specific other things to them. And that's how it all came to be, and I still have those recipes. I've still got recipes for, herbal recipes for, things like bronchitis and, all that kind of stuff, things for the legs and things for skin and all different kinds of recipes. I've never I don't know if I'll ever sell those recipes or not, or if I'll ever do anything with them or not, but yeah, it's a big deal when you've got medical doctors, you've got naturopathic doctors, and you've got nurses all telling you that what you're doing is right. Um, and it's also a really big fucking deal when you've got nurses from a completely different hospital telling you that they've got paranormal, and they find out they've got paranormal in one room that is so bad that almost everybody who is ever in that room dies, that the paranormal, that they can all feel it. We're talking 12 different nurses, okay? But only 3 of them came to talk to me about it. And one of them, so it's a whole different ballgame. And they were like, if you can protect your mom the way you can, and you've got people on the phone because we've seen you talking to them on the phone. Because hello, I was in a paranormal group, and in the room with my mom, and at the time I ended up having what I call a creepy crawly. Um, it came slithering in like a snake and then got up. It was a slippery, slimy kind of look to it. And it got up on legs like a centipede and then crawled from the floor up to the wall, up to the ceiling, and up over my mother's bed. I went, no. I almost screamed because it shocked me, but I was so fucking pissed off at this thing. And the people, I was on a video call, and the people on the video call were, what the hell was that? Are you okay? Because I went completely ashen. And I told them what I just saw, and I literally turned the phone around and I said, I need you to see this. And I don't think there were 13 of us somewhere between 11 and 13 of us on the call. And they watched the whole thing, listened to it if they couldn't see it. Some of them couldn't see it because the room was pretty well dark, but there was light coming in from a street light. We were up on the, God, 3rd or 4th floor. I don't remember which right now. Maybe it was the 5th floor. No, it wasn't the 5th floor because there wasn't. Anyway, so the point being that here we've got all these different situations, and I never got a chance to go in and deal with that room because I could have cleared the room. With the kind of abilities that I've got, I very easily could have cleared that fucking room. Um, and protected it and all this stuff. Um, so yeah, it makes life real fucking interesting sometimes. Okay, 5 hours, 20 minutes, 8 people in listening. Thank you for staying in. I'm at 16%, so I will get through what I can, and then I'm gonna shut it down. Okay? Just giving you a heads. Oh god, here we go. Hang on one second. Sorry, folks. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Can you be shown information that you wouldn't have to confirm these powers? Can you be shown information that you wouldn't? My brain's not connecting with that question. Just a minute. I don't even know how to answer that question right now. My brain, I'm too tired. Um, like, can I write down something and you could relay what I've written down? When I'm fresh, yeah, usually. Um, sorry, you had to step away. Okay, there. Does the amount of people that say something is true have any bearing on the truth of a I can't do that one either. My brain's just not there. Um, I'll have to deal with that at a very fucking different time. Not right now. Lil Cam, I was gifted in math in elementary school. I could solve problems practically on the spot. By middle school, that all went away, and I was just average at math. It was very weird. Oh, I know a few others that are like that. What situations would have doctors reviewing your work? Well, you need to go back in and re-listen to where I left off at Veritas Ratio 1 because of the fact that I do talk about stunning a doctor with information that made a difference in somebody else's life. So you'll have to go back and listen to that. I'm not repeating that for you. Um, Veritas, I highly doubt any doctor would have been in that situation and said you proved something to them that way. That's not how doctors determine the efficiency of something. Well, guess what? You're not right. Because in 2017, I came out to my doctors that I was a psychic medium, and only one of them, actually two of them, but really only one of them uh, started asking me if I was trying to ask me if I was schizophrenic without asking me. And I told him something very specific, and it kind of shut him up. Uh, the other doctor, who I had already previously told, he had a family member standing right beside him. And I didn't even know. Oh, this is interesting. I got told yesterday I was going to be talking about this. I totally fucking forgot about that. Oh, this is interesting. Anyway, I didn't know that I was going to be seeing this doctor. I had an appointment. I'm not going to say for what right now. I think I have said earlier last year or sometime when I talked about it before. I had a doctor's appointment that wasn't supposed to be for a doctor. It was supposed to be for a different medical staff person. And we were supposed to be doing was it a 4-month review or something like that? And lo and behold, uh, I went into this appointment and I got told as they're doing my blood pressure, in fact, oh, you're going to be seeing Dr. So I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm seeing who? I don't know who that is. Who's that? "Oh, we've got a new doctor on staff. He started that," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's not what I was told at my last visit. I was never I why wasn't I even called?" I had a whole bunch of questions. And I went and met this doctor. I walk in and there he is sitting there, and I sit down and it's a fine how do you do, and the next thing I know, one of his family members is standing there, and I'm like telepathically going, "Well, hello, who are you?" And I was, because it's the first time in a long time that I had something like that happen where I'm in with somebody that I've never met, and all of a sudden, one of their family members shows up, or a loved one of theirs shows up. And sure as hell didn't expect it with a medical doctor, but here I am talking to this medical doctor, and I'm like, well, apparently I need to tell you something. And he looks at me and he puts his pen down and he puts his hands down like this on the desk, and he turns and he looks at me and he goes, "Okay, what is it?" And I said, "Well, I'm gonna be blunt, and probably not gonna believe this, and I don't care." But, um, I'm a psychic medium, and apparently I'm supposed to tell you so and so is here. And he thought I was full of shit. And I said, and this person's chuckling, the spirit is chuckling, and I said, "I just got told to tell you blah, and this is what they look like. This is how old they look, but I don't think that's how old they were when they died." And this doctor just his jaw went, I mean, and I'm like, "Didn't expect to do this today. I had decided a number of months ago that I was gonna come out as a psychic medium to my doctors." And he goes, "You did what?" And I went, "Yeah, I wasn't gonna say bullshit one to you, about it because this is our first meeting, and I didn't know if how long we were I didn't know how long I was gonna meet you for, and, if you were gonna be my doctor continuation of things, and I didn't even know I was supposed to meet you." And he kind of explained that, but he goes, "I wanna get back to what you were just saying. How did you—" I'm like, "Well, I sat down and this person there I showed him where this person was," I was just about to say male or female, but where this person was standing, and explained, and that was when he started asking me, how long have you had this? Have you yeah, that," asking me all the kinds of psychology questions and all the, find out if she's nuts type of questions. And I just looked at him and I said, "Doc," and I said, "I'm sorry if that's disrespectful to you. I don't mean it that way. I mean this heartfelt." But I said, "Doc, I've seen spirits since I was in the cradle. Since I was in actually, I think I said I was in since I was in the crib." And he just went, and I'm like, "I didn't understand it back then. I didn't have any idea of any of it. And it made no sense to me." I said, "I even went to Philadelphia, uh, and saw the Liberty Bell at the age of 10 years old. Didn't understand why, on our travel there." He goes, "You've lived in Washington all your life, correct?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "My mom and I were on a cross-country trip with one of her best friends to New York, and it was a stop that we made in, um, Pennsylvania, and, On the way to the Liberty Bell, I saw this horse and wagon, and I explained that experience, and he was like, "Well, just so you know, I'm absolutely stunned, and I completely believe you, and I've never believed in that before." And it was a hell of a eye opener to him. He's like, "Paranormal is real." And I went, "Yeah, very much so." And it's a hell of an eye opener to people who don't know. And I actually started shaking. He goes, "Yeah, I was wondering what the hell that was about." And I'm like, "Because I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to talk to you about it. But apparently I'm supposed to." And that was his reaction. So, yeah, um, that, yeah, when you have a dead family member come to you and you're heavily into medical sciences and all the sciences, and yeah, there's no way I could have ever have known this guy. There's no way I could have looked him up. There's no nothing. So how do you explain that? Please don't view my inquiries as disruption. If you believe what you say is true, any questions would be met with joy to answer. Sorry. Sorry to my neighbors. That was loud. It's 3:32 in the morning. That was fucking funny. So if you believe in angels and those angels are connected to Christianity, then those beliefs would stand in stark contradiction with alien existence. No, they wouldn't. You should collect your billions with those recipes. Yeah, I should. I've been told by both naturopathic doctors, medical doctors, and it wasn't just that one medical doctor. I've been told by a number of naturopaths now, 3 in fact. I've been told by God, I don't even I can't even a lot of different medical doctors, including one neurologist. That's a whole nother subject. To prove my that's a whole nother subject. I had to prove myself for that one. Anyway, numerous nurses. Uh, God, yeah. Just yeah. Yeah, I really could. I could make some serious money. I didn't have that kinda you have to have money, that kind of money, you have to have money in order to do that kind of thing. It yeah, um, angels are a different ball game, Veritas. If you are claiming doctors are telling you your products work, then they would have had to have done extensive studies to show the efficacy. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Get real. If you want to talk about, if you want to talk about out of body claims. Okay, got it. Astral. There was a wide study done in hospitals which had researchers put a sign on top of cabinets in emergency rooms. No one ever said what the sign said. Okay. Well, that's a way to test your claims. I'd to test it another time. And to date, no psychic medium has ever been proven by science. That's not true. I know that that's a fact. That's an actual fact. Yes, they have. Not going there with you. Do your own fucking research on that one. Little Cam, what is your opinion on Three Eye Atlas? Little Cam, darling, um, I only say darling because I've known you for so fucking long. I've known, there's a number of folks that have come and go in my chat tonight. that I've known from Spaced Out Radio because um, I've viewed Spaced Out Radio since 2018, May May of 2018, June of 2018. So a long time. Haven't been able to watch it lately, but yeah. In the crib, what age would that have been? In the cradle, oh God, I would have been about six. No, it was less than 6 months old. Cradle, cradle would have been 3 months old. Crib would have been 6 months old. So that's the time frame. If you're going to say paranormal is real, you have the burden to prove it's real. No, I don't fucking have the burden of proof. I don't have to prove to you shit. Um, no way. Tell that to the many mentalists that can do similar feats but don't claim paranormal. Oh, fuck the mentalists. That's a totally different ballgame. That to me is a I'm interested with your thought process and methods of determining truth. If I told you I say a flying unicorn, what questions would you have for me? And would any of my answers get you to believe? You're not going to like my answer about the unicorns. Honey, I deal in fae. I deal in paranormal that is so mind-bendingly trippy. I work with hierarchies. I don't have to prove shit to you. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it. If you believe it, fine. Good for you. If you don't, so be it. That's on you. That's not on me. I'm not having to prove shit to you. People that know me know I'm the genuine fucking article. You don't know me. Go back in. Hit subscribe. Go back in from the very fucking beginning and start watching all the different episodes I've done. Then come back and talk to me. I'm interested when your thought process point. Okay, did that. Please cite your source. I've done the research. Oh, please. Present source proving physics mediums. Oh, I think you mean psychic mediums. Your S's. You dyslexic. Little Cam, yeah, 2018 for me. To watching SOR found it that October. Yeah. See, I know we've been around, honey. Christian Bridges. Hello. How you doing, hon? Veritas, can you explain how you could have retained memories from 8 months old when all the medical research shows the Brian? I think you mean the brain, dear. That's a bit of dyslexia popping through. Isn't developed enough to retain early memories. Are you fucking kidding me? My son was telling me when he was, when he was 3 years old, what he remembered when he was 2 months old. Are you fucking kidding me? I have a photographic memory. There's so much shit that I remember that the way my memory works is I've talked about this before. Go back in my fucking records, dude. Look at it. Listen to it. Listen to what I talk about. I talk about how I remember things, how my brain operates. I'm not doing that tonight with you. Go back in and listen. Look at the description boxes. You'll find it in the description, somewhere in the description boxes, because that was why I did description boxes with timestamps. Go back in and look for it. Be very accurate. No shit. Christian Bridges, how healthy? What do you mean, sweetie? Veritas, the person making the claim has the burden. You wouldn't want to prove. Oh, fuck you. I don't need to prove shit to you. I don't. You don't know me from Adam. And I don't quite give two shits. I don't have to prove goddamn fucking squat to you. If you don't believe, you don't believe. Move on. Woo Riders. Nikki, I woke up and am back. Hey, sweetie. Good to see you back. Woo Riders, the little cam. Auto type. Christian. Right. Like that. That's awesome. Veritas, people have spent lifetimes researching this stuff. Say the brain is not capable of retaining memories at such age, and that's full of shit. I know people that remember things at 6 months old. Fucking hell. I had to think about that a second. But yeah, it's 6 months old. So, yeah, you say lucky. Okay. Unicorn. Unicorn. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was a good one. I appreciate that a lot. Oh, fuck. I'm down at 10%. So, got another 2% before I go away. Anyway, hang on one second. Yeah, medical science is bullshit. Is it now? Anyway. I had to get some of that down. Not quite sweet enough. It's a little too sour. Pucker power. Oh, and there goes the stomach. Okay, so I'm not right now. Veritas says, funny how you trust science when needed. Why are you going to doctors? That's a whole nother fucking ballgame. If I didn't have to, I fucking wouldn't. There's a lot. No, it's turning my teeth green. Oh, shit. Anyhow, folks, do your own research. Do extensive deep dives. You will find out lots of various vast information on your own. Personally, if I didn't have to use Google, I wouldn't. Though I know Google and YouTube are interconnected that way. Oh dear. Sorry, folks. So, I gotta write this down before I forget it. Anyhow, really, where are you doing your research at? Get away from all the big name search engines. Because I know some sciences that are proving it and have. Um, God, you crack me up. You're such a hardcore non-believer. You say you really want to believe, but yet at the same time, and so apparently I seem to be the only one that you're doing this with. Okay. I bet you I'm not. I bet you somebody else is receiving the same kind of shit. If I could definitively prove things, I would. All I've got are my experiences. All I've got are my whoops. Oh dear. Yeah. Ah, fuck. That just fell to the floor. Um, all I've got are my experiences and what has taken place. I've lived, like I said, in the last few weeks, I've lived an average, everyday, normal human existence. Sorry, I'm trying to take care of something here while I'm talking. And ETs deal with higher consciousness. In some regards, they steal it. Um, and in other regards, they're very protective of it. Um, uh, okay, then explain to me why conglomerate, science oriented, so this is directed at Veritas, who's talking about fringe science is only credible if it actually follows the scientific method. Explain to me why no laboratory would allow. Sorry, I'm trying to do this while I'm talking. It's just no laboratory that does genetic testing would allow Melba Ketchum, Dr. Melba Ketchum, to do scientific studies for the genome of Sasquatch. Every single one of them refused her. Until now, Miss Melba, if I am inaccurately saying this, please come in and correct me, because I do know who you are and I do know your information. But if I get this wrong, I want you yourself to come in and tell me that I've got it wrong, and I will make a change and a correction in the not the algorithms. Oh, fucking hell, Nikki. I am tired. In the description box, I will make a formal correction and see if I can do a video and apologize and all of that. And where they refused when they found out exactly what it was for, that they fucking refused her information. However, when she gave the information, I can't remember exactly all the correct info on it, but when she gave, oh shit, I missed putting something in there. When she gave the information and stated it was from an unknown source or something to that effect, they actually allowed the scientific genome processing to go through. And they were able to verify that Sasquatch had one, I think this is right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It had evidence of a female. This is where it gets fucked up in my language. I can see it in my head, but I can't pull it into my mouth correctly. She had one gene in the sequence or something in the sequence that showed that there was a female human part of DNA in that genome. Everything else in the genome sequence to the uh, to the Sasquatch information. See, it's fucking up my language now. I told you this would happen. Plus, I'm tired on top of it. And they, there is no scientific evidence for the existence of Sasquatch. You're full of shit. Yes, there is. Look up Dr. Melba, Melba, Ketchum, Ketchum. Everybody tried to discredit her, but the science fucking proved it. Cite my source. Look her up. Do your own motherfucking research. This is where I will fight you tooth and nail on because it has been scientifically proven. And everybody tried to discredit her. I don't give two fucks. Go look it up. Do your own goddamn research. Anyhow, just cite the source. There is none. That's a lie. That is a full on fucking lie. There is. Go do your own research. Um, Go do your own research. And no, they're saying, and no, the Bible would not have allowed for the existence of aliens. Guess what? They're in there. Go do your own research. Um, well, if you've done the research, then what are you bitching at me about for? I'm done. I'm done. I've had enough. Troll 101. I allowed it for too long. I'm done. When you start fucking with real science research, I'm done. I want nothing more to do with you. She worked her fucking ass off. That woman bent over backwards for the cryptid community. And she got shit on hardcore. I will take you to the motherfucking ground. I strongly believe in that woman. And I strongly believe in the evidence. And I know Sasquatch personally. I'm done with you. You're out. No more. I will not tolerate anymore. That's it. That was my straw. So, you can ask me anything. But when you start putting that shit out, I'm done. That's when I get pissed. When you start trying to go down that road with me, yeah, I do believe in science. But when you have ETs telling you from the time you're young that humans are children, our human sciences are minuscule in comparison to theirs, which they are. But they're still our sciences. I still believe in science. I have a very strong belief in science. I want things to be proven. I've cried many fucking times because of it. I want to be able to prove this shit. How is it not being a psychic? How is it that I can be a psychic and yet not have psychic information, but have firsthand knowledge that other people who've experienced the same thing have had? And yet every single one of us wants things done. 555 on the numbers, 1028, and I'm literally about to lose. I'm down at 6%. Got one more percent, and then I'm gone. So if this dies, that's why. 5 hours, 50, wow, 5.5 hours, almost 6 hours. Anyway, I want this shit to be proven. And I already know that much of it is proven because of the deep state government. Unfortunately, they're so into their own shit and hiding things and creating false narratives, it makes it really fucking tough for the rest of us. And we're all going to look like we're goddamn nuts and crazy, and we're not. We're all experiencers in fashion or form. Keep that in your memory banks, folks, because we are so heavily programmed. It gets vicious, and it's shit like this motherfucker. I want to prove it. I really do. I really want it proven. But when you get shit like this and are getting shit on repeatedly, there's only so much I will take. I'm done. I'm done with assholes like this. I'm so fucking done. I've dealt with people like this all my fucking life. I've literally had my head bashed in because of people like this. I have physically had my head bashed into fucking brick walls when I was a kid because of shit just like this. I don't have to take that shit anymore. And neither should anybody else. Those of us who are hardcore experiencers want things to happen and want to be proven correct. These are our experiences. Folks, on that note, I have to go. I am literally at 5%. For those of you who have stayed around and stuck around, thank you so much for being here. For those who have not been an asshole, thank you so much for sticking around and being here. Take very good care, folks. I hope you do very well. Bye, all. Oh, have a good week. I hope you have a good weekend. Bye.